Chapter 1220. You. Sakra's blood-curdling screams shook the 9 heavens. That was anger, that was grief, that was a kind of remorse and guilt. Sakra had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that great master Tiangang would actually also imitate Taoist master Hao Yun, disregarding everything, and actually rushed into the black gas that was incomparably poisonous to great master Tiangang. And he himself actually had this old bald donkey stabbed into the same part of his body twice. Just as Master Tiangang was about to wave his hand and destroy Sakra's body again, Sakra had already moved. Like a black wind, he instantly disappeared from Master Tiangang's hand. Master Tiangang was already seriously injured, and with a sharp pain in his heart meridian, his true qi stagnated, and he immediately fell to the ground. How could he continue to pursue Sakra? While Sakra and Master Tiangang's battle was progressing, the battles of several people beside them were also beginning to take shape. The one closest to Master Tiangang was Master Longevity. Master Longevity had already spread out his Buddhist beads at the very beginning. The 108 small Sarira Buddhist beads shone with boundless Buddhist light. Although the white bone whip was extremely powerful, and after several head-on clashes, the dozens of Sarira Buddhist beads dimmed, but the Buddhist beads lived up to their reputation as Buddhist holy objects. Under Master Longevity's control, they formed different arrays, attacking and defending well, and still managed to suppress the sharpness of the white bone whip. Seeing that he was already at a disadvantage, Maharaga's expression was extremely ugly. His eyes darted around, and a resolute look appeared on his face. At that moment, the white bone whip lashed down, and the Buddhist beads turned into a shield formation to meet it. Just as the white bone whip touched the Buddhist beads, Maharaga opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Then, he tapped with his fingers, and a small blood-shaped array instantly formed. Once the blood array was formed, it immediately shot toward the white bone whip and stuck to the shaft of the white bone whip. Crunch, crunch, crunch. After the white bone whip stuck to the blood array, a blood-red color spread out. After it turned completely blood-red, it immediately turned into countless tiny blood-red beads that whistled toward Master Longevity and the 108 Sarira Buddhist beads.
Bang, bang, bang.
Dozens of crisp sounds rang out. It was the sound of the bones and the Sarira beads colliding and exploding. Every time it rang out, Maharaga's face lost a bit of color. Every time it rang out, Grandmaster Longevity's face also turned a bit paler. Dozens of blood-colored bones penetrated the Buddhist Sarira beads and shot straight towards Master Longevity. Seeing the white bones close in on him, Grandmaster Longevity clenched his teeth and waved his sleeves. It was the heaven and earth sleeve ability, and he wanted to collect the dozens of white bones. Unexpectedly, just as he collected the white bones into his sleeves, Grandmaster Longevity's expression changed drastically. Popping sounds came from his sleeves, and the white bones in his sleeves actually exploded. Grandmaster Longevity hurriedly flung his sleeves, and the white bones in his sleeves flew toward Maharaga along with the explosion. Ha 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 ha, old bald donkey, do you know what it means to reap what you sow? Maharaga grinned viciously and waved his hand nonchalantly. Several streams of faint black qi stopped the remaining dozen or so skeletons in front of him. But just as Maharaga was mocking Grandmaster Longevity, one of the skeletons suddenly moved. It flew through the black qi Maharaga had set up and shot right into Maharaga's chest. That small sword pierced right through his chest. When Maharaga saw it with his divine sense, he realized that it was the Dalan Temple's magic weapon, the demon-slaying sword. The demon-slaying sword, why is it in your hands? Maharaga asked in panic as he used the Tenryu sect's secret technique to stop his wound. That demon-slaying sword was the absolute nemesis of the Black Qi. All the magic weapons of the Tenryu sect were extremely afraid of it. Ha ha, cough, cough. Grandmaster Longevity had just laughed a few times when he started coughing again. Presumably, his injuries were also very serious. After coughing a few times, Grandmaster Longevity straightened up and said in a low voice, "This old monk is the abbot of the Dalan Temple. Isn't this old monk the one who uses all the magic weapons?" Grandmaster Yuanwu has passed away. Isn't this demon-slaying sword left behind by this old monk? As he spoke, he pointed his finger. His face was slightly flushed, and the demon-slaying sword returned. The battle between Grandmaster Tiangang and Indra, as well as the battle between Grandmaster Longevity and Maharaga, was spectacular. However, the battle between Dragon King and Yuan Dao was the most entertaining. The Dragon King was so engrossed in the battle that he tore off all his clothes, leaving only his private parts to cover. The Dragon King's body was painted with a huge dragon from head to toe. As the Dragon King twisted and turned in the air, the dragon seemed to come alive. As the saying goes, dragons follow the clouds and tigers follow the wind. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, thin black clouds appeared around the Dragon King's body. Following those black clouds, the dragon on the Dragon King's body expanded and shrunk in the clouds, abnormally vigorous. Pung pung, pung. The whole place was filled with the sounds of the Dragon King and Grandmaster Yuandao's demon-slaying pestle colliding. The Dragon King's body was also unusual. His fists were even weirder and did not match the Dragon King's slender body. However, these fists did not seem to be made of flesh at all. Perhaps these fists were the magic weapons that the Dragon King had been refining all this time. The demon-subduing pestle was something that Zhang Xiaohua had encountered before. Even with Zhang Xiaohua's divine strength, she did not dare to face the demon-subduing pestle head-on. She could only use the Great Wisdom Sword to deal with it. As for the Dragon King, he had been using his fists to fight the demon-subduing pestle from the beginning to the end. Moreover, as time passed, the true energy in Grandmaster Yuandao's body gradually dried up. The demon-subduing pestle became lighter and lighter, while the Dragon King's fists became stronger and stronger. Every time, the demon-subduing pestle would be blown away by the wind from the fists. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Grandmaster Yuandao could not help but have other thoughts. He flicked the sweat on his forehead and glanced at the Dragon King. Seeing that the Dragon King was excitedly raising his fist and exerting more force on the demon-subduing pestle, Grandmaster Yuandao flicked his sleeves lightly. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted, "What a good Dragon King, this old monk." However, before he could leap up, he fell to the ground.
Haha.
The Dragon King shouted, "Old bald donkey, hurry up and get up. This daddy has not had enough yet." As he spoke, he swung his fist and flew towards Grandmaster Yuandao. But just as his fist was about to reach Grandmaster Yuandao's chest, a thin black ray of light suddenly appeared and pierced into the Dragon King's back. This black ray of light was the black needle that Grandmaster Yuandao had used the Heaven and Earth box to collect from Taoist Master Hao Yun. Since he knew that Taoist Master Hao Yun was the culprit who injured Grandmaster Yuandao, how could Grandmaster Yuandao return it to him? To think that he would be able to use it here today. Old bald donkey, when did you learn to be so despicable? The Dragon King did not care about the attack at all. He had cultivated the Tenryu's secret technique, and his entire body was tempered like a magical weapon. The tiny black ray of light would not be able to pierce through his skin. But that's just how things are. When you think it's impossible, it just happens. That tiny black ray of light flashed and disappeared into the Dragon King's skin. Ah! The Dragon King let out a cry of shock and immediately rolled on the ground. He activated the secret technique in his body and tried to force the black ray of light out. But this black ray of light was a mysterious object. Back then, Grandmaster Yuandao had died under this black ray of light. Even though Grandmaster Yuandao did not have the secret technique to refine it and did not have the ability to control the black ray of light, once it entered the Dragon King's skin, it immediately flowed through the Dragon King's blood vessels and into his heart. Grandmaster Yuandao was overjoyed when he saw the Dragon King panicking. He immediately jumped up from the ground and waved his hand. The demon-subduing pestle came crashing down like a mountain. The Dragon King roared and straightened his body. He raised his fist and with a loud bang, the demon-subduing pestle was sent flying. However, the Dragon King's face changed. The black ray of light that he had blocked earlier was now moving closer to his heart. Good, 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 Grandmaster Yuandao seemed to know that the Dragon King was in an awkward position. He used what little spiritual energy he had and slammed the demon-subduing pestle down like a mountain. The Dragon King could only retreat as he fought. Grandmaster Yuanming was perhaps the most stable of the Grandmasters in the Dalan Temple. In other words, he was the only one who could fight evenly with the Tenryus sect's Heavenly King and was at a slight disadvantage. The Azura Heavenly King of the Tenryus sect had always been known for his battle prowess. He was also a bloodthirsty and cruel person. The Azura saber in his hand was passed down from the ancient Sakura Buddha. In the past 10,000 years, it had drunk the blood of countless people and reaped the lives of countless people. When the Azura saber was swung, it was filled with the pungent smell of blood, and the faint wails of countless vengeful spirits could be faintly heard. Grandmaster Yuanming did not have many magical instruments. The Mao bead was one of the few magical instruments in the Buddhist sect. However, Grandmaster Yuanming did not have any great supernatural powers and could not use the power of the Mao bead. He could only use his spiritual energy to drive the Mao bead to strike like a pellet. Of course, this method could not compare to the true power of the Azura saber. Fortunately, the Mao bead shone brightly and suppressed the blood and black energy of the Azura saber. Grandmaster Yuanming also held his ground. The Mao bead did not fly more than 10 feet away from him. The Buddha's light protected his entire body firmly. He did not seek to make any mistakes. Therefore, although Grandmaster Yuanming was at a disadvantage, he was not in any danger in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. Beside Azura was Yiksha King. The ghost face's three-pronged trident was being used smoothly. Endless black energy was spat out from the ghost face's tongue, tightly entangling Nun Shuqing and Nun Jing Yi on the opposite side. However, although there was a lot of black energy and it was extremely corrosive, the plain cloud white flag lived up to its reputation. Every time it waved, countless white lotuses would appear and block the black energy. Although the white lotuses were not as useful as the Buddha's light of the Dalan Temple, the white lotuses would constantly explode and annihilate most of the black energy. As for Yiksha King's trident, Nun Jing Yi was not afraid at all. Her peach blossom whip danced and turned into peach blossoms. The peach blossoms changed formations, and she always had endless methods to block the trident in front of the two, rendering Yiksha King's attacks ineffective. However, there was still one thing that made Nun Jing Yi and Nun Shuqing angry, and that was Yiksha King's abnormal lecherousness. Although the two nuns were rather old, Yiksha King's mouth was still flirtatious. He rambled on, and his words were very unpleasant. The two nuns became more and more furious. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 12:21. Shu Qing, your body is not bad.
You can even withstand my soaring pole strike.
TSK, when you were young you practiced a lot. You are getting stronger as you get older. Yiksha King laughed and said, Jing-yi, your move is not good. Your strength is too weak. Did Changsheng from the Dalan Temple teach you this? Oh, no, it should be Changsheng who used it on you. Yes, it must be. That old monk always has tender feelings for the fairer sex. Of course he would be gentle with you. Good girl. You must have enjoyed it. But have the two of you tried the candles? It is very painful and ecstatic. Jing-yi was furious. She didn't need to transform the peach blossom whip in her hand to whip Yiksha King's face. The whip stirred up the wind and seemed to be able to tear the space apart. The Yiksha King flicked his trident and hit the top of the whip in a split second.
Puff.
A few peach blossoms on the tip of the whip were smashed. When the peach blossoms reappeared, their shadows were already dim.
Why?
Jing-yi, did I hit the nail on the head? What are you afraid of? Love between a man and a woman is a matter of course.
Monks are also men.
Oh, right, you preach the incense cult and call yourself a nun. Could it be that you want to hook up with a monk from the Dalan Temple? Yiksha King damaged the peach blossom whip a little. He was pleased with himself and said with a lustful look in his eyes, Oh, Shu Qing, how did Yuan Tian die? Others may not know, but I know very well. Didn't you suck him dry? Yes, I know. Did Shu Jie snatch him from you? Lord Sakura of the Tenryu sect killed Shu Jie, just as you wished. Didn't you want her dead for a long time? You go to hell. Shu Qingnan had been holding it in for a long time. When she heard Yiksha King slandering the junior sister she had just lost, she couldn't help but feel angry. She waved the white flag, and countless lotuses appeared. Under Shu Qingnan's control, the lotuses turned into a flying sword and pierced toward Yiksha King's chest. The Yiksha King chuckled coldly and flew forward. He waved his trident and spat out black gas from his mouth. The black gas quickly fused with the trident. The two empty eyes on the ghost face turned into two beams of black light and shot straight at the flying sword. With a sizzling sound, the flying sword slowly melted into two halves. Then, the black gas on the tips of the trident grew stronger and gradually melted the remaining lotus flowers.
Ouch.
Yiksha King suddenly jumped up into the air, as if his butt was on fire. Sure enough, there was a peach blossom whip under his butt. It was like a long spear, piercing his butt from bottom to top. Alas, it would have been better if the whip didn't hit him. Now that it hit him, Yiksha King started to drool. You bitch, you really want to kill me. I only told you a little about your relationship, and you did this to me. You said, I like women the most. I don't like women behind my back. Have you been fooled by the monks of the Dalan Temple too much? That's why you thought of doing the same thing? As a result, the faces of the two nuns looked as if they were dripping blood. They both shouted loudly. Although the shadow of the peach blossom whip dimmed, Nun Jingyi still activated the little true qi in her body and directly lashed it at Yiksha King. Nun Shuqing also struggled to wave the plain cloud white flag. Ignoring the broken meridians in her body, she poured true qi into the flag as if it was free. The two nuns of the aroma cult were infuriated by Yiksha King's words. They injected the last of their genuine qi into their weapons. The peach blossoms on the peach blossom whip shone brilliantly, and the lotus blossoms on the plain cloud white flag shone brightly. Both weapons were launched at Yiksha King, who was holding his buttocks and leaping into the air. My goodness. You two still have energy left? I'm already exhausted. Although Yiksha said this, his body that was suspended in midair seemed to be dissatisfied. His short body shook and suddenly expanded. His body rose to a height of more than 3 inches. His ugly, pitch-black face suddenly elongated, and his small eyes widened. He shouted loudly, "Huh," and threw out the trident in his hand that had been accumulating power for a long time. When the 3-pronged fork rushed out of Yiksha King's hand, it suddenly expanded just like Yiksha King. When it stabbed down with extreme speed, a pitch-black brilliance flashed, and the shadow of another 3-pronged fork appeared from the ghost face. The shadow of the 3-pronged fork seemed to be solid as it whistled and rushed towards Nun Jingyi while the main body of the 3-pronged fork stabbed towards Nun Shuqing. With 2 loud rumbles, the 3-pronged trident swayed and turned into wisps of black smoke, disappearing from the world. Yiksha King's expression changed. His body shrunk, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Nun Jingyi was in an even worse state. All of the peach blossoms on her peach blossom whip were annihilated, leaving only a soft silk ribbon floating in the air. There were countless bright peach blossoms imprinted on it. Nun Jingyi's body flew backward, and she fell to the ground with a bang. Blood flowed out of her mouth, and her face was abnormally pale. At the same time, on Nun Shuqing's side, with a boom and a tearing sound, the lotus flowers around the Suiyun white flag completely dissipated. A large tear appeared on the flag's surface. Like Nun Jingyi, Nun Shuqing fell to the ground. Although she didn't vomit blood, her face was even paler than Nun Jingyi's. With the Suiyun white flag broken, Nun Shuqing's mind was injured. It was several times worse than Nun Jingyi's. The 3-pronged fork that collided with the white flag also shone brightly with black light. Then, it lost its luster and fell to the ground with a clang. It was no different from an ordinary copper rod. Yiksha King spat out another mouthful of blood. His thin body curled into a ball in the air. After struggling for a long time, he couldn't stand firm and fell from the sky as well. Yiksha King, actually fought against 2 nuns from the incense cult. It had to be said that the Tenrya sect was indeed the #1 sect in the pugilistic world. There were only 5 heavenly kings from the sect: Sakra, Dragon King; Yiksha King, Azura Heavenly King; and Maharaga Heavenly King. Yet they were able to fight against the Immortal Path experts from the incense cult and the Dalan Temple. If this sect was in the pugilistic world on a normal day, who would be qualified to compete with them? Speaking of which, Grandmaster Tiangang had heavily injured Sakra, and he himself had also fallen onto the ground, powerless to chase after him. When he stood up with difficulty, other than the battle between Azura Heavenly King and Grandmaster Yuanming, which had no result for the time being, everyone had a rough idea of what was going on. The 2 sects of Immortal Tao could be considered to have the upper hand. The disciples of the Misty School and the incense cult were heavily injured. However, they had also gained the most. All the disciples from the Tenrya sect had been killed on the spot. Master Tiangang couldn't help but smile when he saw this. At this moment, a 5-colored light suddenly appeared in the eastern sky. Following the light, the surrounding thick black clouds were like boiling water, gradually rolling around the light. After a short while, a round, clear sky appeared in the middle of the light. A blood-red sun peeked out from the round sky and gradually rose along the clear sky. At the same time, a shadow quickly swept over from the west side of the dense forest, coincidentally passing between 2 jujube trees at the edge of the dense forest. Then, the shadow quickly retreated and disappeared without a trace. The multicolored light in the eastern sky flickered a few times before disappearing. Looking at the other side of the sky, it was once again filled with rolling dark clouds, completely covering the round, clear sky from before. There was not even a trace of the morning sun. Quick! Master Tiangong's face lit up with joy. He forcefully channeled his magic power and flew to the front of the Misty School disciples. He waved his hand and threw a sheepskin scroll to Wenwenhai. He shouted, "Quick, follow the method you used last time, and enter through these 2 jujube trees." Then he pointed to the 2 jujube trees at the side and flew to the opposite side of Sakra. He looked at Sakra, who had just climbed up from the ground with blood flowing from his body. He waved his hand, and the wheel of evolution that was floating in the air just now slowly flew back to the top of his head when Wenhai took the sheepskin scroll and was slightly stunned. Then he understood and said loudly to Zhang Xiaohu, "Sect leader Zhang, quickly take out the sheepskin scroll and smear your blood on the back of it." Then he turned his head and shouted to Alliance Master Zhang San and Peacock of the Incense Cult, "Quick, take out your sheepskin scrolls and smear your blood on the back." Alliance Master Zhang San woke up and immediately stood up. He took out a sharp dagger from his bosom and walked over to the Righteous Alliance disciples who had died on the ground. He casually picked up a corpse and used the dagger to cut open the skin on the back of that person's head. He stretched out his hand and took out a small and thin oil bag. When he opened it, there was a sheepskin scroll inside.
Sigh, it was hidden so well.
Just as Alliance Master Zhang San said, if he did not do it himself, who would have thought that he would hide the sheepskin scroll in the back of an ordinary disciple's head? The incense cult was even simpler. Chun Chen raised her hand and took out a jade hairpin from her hair. She twisted off the phoenix head of the jade hairpin and pulled out the sheepskin scroll that had been rolled into a thin stick. The 4 people saw that the sheepskin scrolls were gathered and smeared their blood on the back of the sheepskin scroll. Sure enough, the sheepskin scroll gradually revealed writing. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. A figure flashed by, and before the 4 of them could react, their hands were empty. The 4 sheepskin scrolls were snatched by that person. Everyone was shocked. They raised their heads and looked at the person in midair. They were dumbfounded. At this moment, Sakra of the Tenrya sect was closely watched by Master Tiangang and could not take a single step. Maharaga was injured by Master Changsheng and had almost no strength to move. Yiksha King was injured by Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing, and also fell to the ground. The Dragon King was injured by Master Yuandao's black light and was struggling to deal with Master Yuandao's demon subduing pestle. He also had to spare some magic power to prevent the black light from entering his heart meridian, so it was impossible for him to snatch the sheepskin scrolls. The only one who had the upper hand, Azura King, was also entangled by Master Yuandao and would not have the chance to snatch the sheepskin scrolls. The only one who had a chance to come over was the sect master of Between the Clouds and the Water, Bai Yanqiu, who had been wandering around, looking for an opportunity. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The world was nothing more than this. Please vote monthly. Please vote for recommendation. Please bookmark. Please tip. Chapter 12:22. However, when everyone present was certain that the person who had the ability to snatch the 4 sheepskin scrolls was Bai Yanqiu of Aqua Cloud Club, when they saw the person who stopped in midair, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. That was because the person standing in midair with a frown and looking down at her hand was none other than the purple-clothed Dream. The dream that Zhang Xiaohua had been yearning for day and night. The dream of being the saintess of the Tenryu sect. Bai Yanqiu, whom everyone suspected, was standing in the distance in horror. He covered his mouth with one hand and stared blankly at Meng, who was in the air. Meng ignored everyone's astonished eyes and looked at the parchment scrolls from left to right while muttering, How could this be? Wasn't the jade slip used to enter and exit the dense forest destroyed? How could there be such a strange thing in the world? Where did this parchment come from? Meng's face lit up with a strange expression when she heard these questions. But in an instant, Meng raised her head and looked in a direction in the distance. She said with a smile, No matter where this parchment came from, I'll just destroy it. As she said this, she rubbed her hands and was about to destroy it when Qin Qin, a disciple of the incense sect, called out, Junior Sister Zixia, wait. Meng was stunned. She slowly turned her head and looked at Qin Qin. She smiled and said, Qin Qin, are you talking to me? Qin Qin was stunned and said, Of course I'm talking to you, Zixia. Then he turned to look at Nanjingyi and the others and said, Junior Sister Zixia, I know you're the saintess of the Tenryu sect and should work for the Tenryu sect, but you have to think about it. When you lost your memory, it was Master Jingxian of the incense sect who brought you back to the sect, accepted you as a disciple, taught you martial arts, and took good care of you. In the Valley of the Orchid at dusk, I also took care of you all the time and saved you from the herd of beasts. When Run Xiaoyao broke into the incense sect with a sword, it was our sect master who helped you too. Even in the martial arts competition, you left as you wished and the sect master didn't say anything. Do you still remember? When you left Lingering Fragrance Peak, did you say anything? When we met, you even wanted me to call you Junior Sister Zixia. You said it yourself. I called you Junior Sister Zixia, Why didn't you agree? Ha 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 ha, Jingxian? Do you think I want to preach the incense cult to you? If Jingxian hadn't done this out of the goodness of her heart, I wouldn't be like this right now. Before Dream could finish speaking, she suddenly frowned and muttered, Her eyes, which had been full of life, suddenly became hollow and painful.
Ah!
Dream screamed and fell down, rolling on the ground. Get out! Dream screamed and jumped up from the ground. She blinked and looked at everyone with a confused expression. Junior Sister Zixia? When Qin Qin saw this, he suppressed his astonishment and said in a low voice,
Oh!
Senior Sister Qin, you're here too? Mengi stroked his messy hair and forced a smile. Qin Qin rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Yes, we're here. Give me the sheepskin scroll in your hand. Sheepskin scroll? Dream naturally looked at the sheepskin scroll in his hand. Yeah. Sakura shouted from a distance, Destroy it quickly. This sheepskin scroll must be destroyed. This. Dream hesitated. At this moment, a surprised voice came from a distance, Dream, but this voice suddenly stopped. When everyone looked over, they saw that Zhang Xiaohua, who had disguised as Master Panin, was flying over from a distance. However, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua's face was red and his mouth was open, as if he had screwed up. But then, before Zhang Xiaohua could hide anything, he was shocked by the tragic situation in the field. Then he suddenly looked up. When he saw that everyone in the Misty School was still alive and his second brother was only injured, the stone in his heart fell to the ground. He did not care about what he said to Dream. After all, Pan and did not know Dream, so he only took a deep look at Dream, turned around, and flew to Zhang Xiaohu's side. Zhang Xiaohua's appearance could be considered to have solidified the advantage of the four immortal sects. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Azura Heavenly King also put away the Azura sword and stood there steadily, quietly watching the development of the situation in the field. Master Zhang, are you okay? What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dead bodies on the ground, looked at Bai Yanqiu, who was a distance away, and then at the 5 heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect beside him. He was very confused. Master Pan. Peacock said calmly, "The situation here is very complicated. I can't explain it in a short time. Please, the 4 sheepskin scrolls of the 4 immortal sects have been taken away by the Tenryu sects.
Zisha.
Master Pan, please hurry and get the scrolls back so that we can enter this secret place. If any of the scrolls are destroyed, our years of hope will go up in smoke."
Zisha?
She can take away the scrolls? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and blurted out, "Why can't she?" Peacock was stunned and asked back, "Oh, it's nothing." Zhang Xiaohua turned around and saw that Dream was indeed holding the 4 scrolls in her hands. Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and said in a low voice, "Miss Zixia, please pass these 4 scrolls to I. I promise that no one will hurt you here." But a pensive look appeared in Dream's eyes as she calmly said, "My heavenly dragon sect has suffered heavy casualties. The 5 heavenly kings are all injured. Can you guarantee that they won't fall?" Zhang Xiaohua was hesitant. Zhang Xiaohua definitely had the right to decide the current situation, but he was representing the Misty School. If he let the Tenryu sect's heavenly kings go, the Misty School would stand on the side of the Tenryu sect, and the 3 immortal sects would definitely go against the Misty School. But if he killed the Tenryu sect's heavenly kings, would Dream agree to it? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua understood that his previous thoughts were ridiculous. Zhang Xiaohua turned around helplessly and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. He wanted to hear his second brother's opinion. "Master Zhang, what should we do?" Zhang Xiaohu knew about the relationship between Dream and Zhang Xiaohua. He was also helpless. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss and Peacock, Chen Chen, and the rest wanted to persuade him, Dream's voice came from behind Zhang Xiaohua. "Zhang Xiaohua, you're awake? But you can stop pretending." "Ah?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and turned to look at Dream. The pain on Dream's face had just subsided, and there was still sweat on his forehead. The panic in his eyes was replaced by a mocking look. Zhang Xiaohua was about to explain when Dream laughed again. "I followed you all the way from Lingxiang Peak to the Dalan Temple to deliver the letter. We were then captured and brought to between the clouds and the water together. How could I not know what happened to you? I know better than anyone how many immortals there are in this world. Where would Master Pan come from? But, Zhang Xiaohua, your disguise. TSK, it's really good. Even I can't see through it." You're not Dream." Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. "Where did Dream go? Who are you?" "Of course I'm not Dream. I'm the saint of the Tenryu sect." "Yeah?" Dream sneered. "Your face has been exposed. Why don't you quickly restore your flat nose and small eyes? That look, it's quite pleasing to the eye. It's much better than that little boy with white flower." Zhang Xiaohua's face was flushed red. He glanced sideways at Nun Jingyi, who was extremely shocked, and Master Changsheng. In the distance, Bai Yanqiu's eyes were wide open. She had never thought that there would be so many changes today. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and withdrew the genuine qi of the shape-shifting spell, revealing his original appearance. "Ah? You?" The others were not surprised, but Ye, who was facing Zhang Xiaohua, suddenly shouted hysterically, "Xiaohua? Master Xiao, why are you here?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Why did the name Xiaohua sound so familiar? Then he realized that he seemed to have heard of it in Yu Mingxin's primordial spirit projection. At the same time that Zhang Xiaohua came to his senses, Ye also came to his senses, and he cursed loudly. Zhang Xiaohua, you can disguise yourself as anyone, but you just had to disguise yourself as Xiaohua. Quickly return to your original form. Otherwise, I won't be courteous to you. Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. This was his original appearance. However, after thinking for a while, he still reverted to his original flat nose and small eyes. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, he let out a long breath and scolded. In the future, you can disguise yourself as anyone, but you can't disguise yourself as him. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Xiaohua?
Who's that?
Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Don't ask. You'll never meet him. You frowned. Don't mention this name in the future. It's a dream. Zhang Xiaohua answered casually, but immediately realized that this was not a dream. She sneered. Yeah, where's my dream? Where is she? Hee, where's the dream? Isn't it right in front of you? Yeah, but you insist on calling me a dream. Then, of course, I'm a dream? You chuckled. But Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to answer. She just shook her head. You're definitely not a dream. How is that possible? You took a step forward and pressed her lips against his. Have a taste. It tastes the same as before. How could I not be dreaming? Zhang Xiaohua blushed and stepped back. Seeing this, Ye laughed out loud. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at the sheepskin scroll in Ye's hand and said, Then, why don't you give me the sheepskin scroll first?
Give it to you?
Why should I give it to you? Ye giggled and moved his body forward. If it was before, Zhang Xiaohua would have been happy to see her dream like this. She would have hugged Meng's waist without saying anything. But now, there was a gap in her heart. She leaned her body slightly and dodged. Ye covered his mouth and chuckled. Look at you. It's not like you haven't hugged me at night. Why are you shy now? What's your relationship with Meng? Zhang Xiaohua was sure that Ye, who looked exactly like Meng, was definitely not Meng. But you knew everything about her and Meng.
Me?
Didn't I say it? I'm talking about Meng. Ye smiled, and the dimple on her right cheek was deep. Wasn't it Meng's appearance? Seeing that Ye was a little distracted, Zhang Xiaohua took a big step forward and flew over to snatch the sheepskin scroll in Ye's hand. With Zhang Xiaohua's current skills, everyone present might not be her opponent. Even if this sheepskin scroll was in Di Shitian's hands, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it would be snatched away by Zhang Xiaohua. But Meng raised his hand slightly, and his entire arm was like an illusion. Zhang Xiaohua's hand grabbed nothing. Io, my little husband, why are you so anxious? This servant originally wanted to spend a lifetime with you, but your way of doing things is breaking the servant heart. Ye smiled tenderly. She did not seem angry at all. With a rub of her hands, the 4 sheepskin scrolls turned into ashes and disappeared. The seniors of the 4 immortal sects saw that the sheepskin scrolls were destroyed and their spirits were gone. They all fell to the ground limp. Why did you destroy it? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked angrily, Why can't this servant destroy it? This servant has already destroyed one before. What's wrong with destroying another one? Ye smiled. Already destroyed one? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She didn't think that there was another sheepskin scroll in the pugilistic world that could be used to enter the forest. Xia, let me ask you. Just now you said that Martial Uncle Jing Xian had good intentions, but did something bad. What's going on? Don't tell me. Peacock asked. Lil Peacock? Do you want to know? You looked at Peacock with disdain and smiled. It's fine if Jing Xian went to look for treasures. Why did she bring this seat to Lingering Fragrance Peak? For no reason. She delayed this seat's cultivation for a few years for no reason. Killing her with one palm is considered a bargain for her.
What?
You? Shirtai. You killed her? Zhang Xiaohua looked at her familiar face in disbelief.
Why?
Can't I? This seat was cultivating when she took me to Lingering Fragrance Sect. Even this seat couldn't break the sect's protection array. If it wasn't for the demon core in Yulon Grand Canyon, this seat, Ye said with a cold smile. Before she finished, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked again, and suddenly realized something. He pointed at Ya and said, You cut Xiaohei's mother into two, and took away the demon core in her stomach?
That's right.
Little Langjun, you actually went to that mountain? This seed thought that only little Chunchen and I were there. You didn't hide anything. Zixia, the beast tied in Yulon Grand Canyon. Was it you who provoked it? Chunchen asked in disbelief. It's me. Alas, I'm sorry. My cultivation was still shallow that day. I didn't expect that I would provoke another little thing. Ye smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, however, I won't do it again from now on. My husband, even though I haven't fully recovered my cultivation, it won't be a problem for me to deal with little Martin. I have to thank you for this. Zhang Xiaohua was really stunned. He really couldn't figure out the relationship between Ya and Meng. Could it be that they were twins? But he had never heard Meng mention it. Of course, who should I thank if not you? With that, Ya raised her right hand, revealing the dark ring on her right ring finger. She smiled and said, if it wasn't for little Langjun giving this storage ring to me, how could I find the long-lost cultivation method of the devil cult in this ring? This is a storage. What kind of ring? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Why can't my divine sense detect it? Little Langjun, you are a cultivator. Of course, you can't use things from the devil realm.
What's so strange about that?
You was still smiling and raised her hand. This storage ring is a good thing even in the cultivation world and the devil realm. I didn't expect little Longjuan's luck to be so good. I have never found such a wonderful thing here. Alas, it's a pity that there is only the lower part of the cultivation method in this ring. There is no basic incantation for the upper part. I have to think about it. You sighed softly. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the black jade slip he found with the ring in his money bag. Suddenly, Ya's face twisted, as if she was in extreme pain. She stopped Zhang Xiaohua from saying what she wanted to say. Looking at Ya's painful face, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached for no reason. Ya's eyes were full of vigor, then emptiness, and then color returned. When she came to her senses, she saw Zhang Xiaohua and said in surprise, Xiaohua, you're here too? Then, she looked around, covered her mouth, and whispered, Ren Xiaoyao, you're here too? But then, before Zhang Xiaohua could say anything, she closed her eyes again. After a while, she opened her eyes. Her eyes were full of pain and tears. Xiaohua, Mengyi was not as arrogant as before. She said in a low voice, I don't know how to tell you. Are you a dream? Or ya? Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go forward, but she stopped after taking a step forward and asked tentatively. Of course I'm a dream. Tears flowed out from Mengyi's eyes. She cried and said, but I'm going to disappoint you. Similarly, I am also ya. Not only Zhang Xiaohua, everyone present, except for Di Shirtian, had a face full of surprise. Azura Heavenly King leaped and was about to rush over. Stand there. Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly. Dream-chasing sword flew over and turned into 64 small swords, blocking in front of Azura. If you take another step forward, I will take your life immediately. Azura looked at the flashing swords in front of him and was extremely shocked. He looked at Di Shirtian, who was sitting on the ground not far away. Di Shirtian seemed to have a card up his sleeve and nodded slightly. Azura then sat down. Zhang Xiaohua didn't move. The 64 flying swords turned into a rod and flew to her side like a fish. She didn't care about Azura at all, and only asked with concern, Meng, if you. What about ya? Why are you her? Xiaohua, it's a long story. I also just fused with ya's memories, and only then did I know some of the secrets. Mengyi said with tears flowing down her face. Fused with memories? Zhang Xiaohua murmured, not knowing what to do. Xiaohua, do you still remember what I told you on Lingxiang Peak? I often dream that I kill people, and my hands are full of blood. And I remember. That is not a dream, it's real. Meng said bleakly, there are two consciousnesses in my body, or rather, There are two people. During the day, I am your Meng. After midnight, I will go to sleep. The other person is Ya. She will wake up. I don't know what she has done, but she will know what I have done. When the sun rises, I will wake up again, but you will be asleep. There's actually such a thing. Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted. But it's daytime now, it should be you. Why did it come out? Isn't it because of the ring you gave me? That day when I saw the ring in your hand, I felt that I liked it. I don't know the reason, but Kia knows. She found a cultivation technique in the ring, and after cultivating, her cultivation has improved greatly. She has already begun to gradually devour my consciousness, so she can also appear during the day, and at the same time she devoured me. I also learned of her secret. When she devours my consciousness, this dream will disappear. I will become Ya, or the Mengya you mentioned. Then you won't be you anymore? Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. How can I help you? No, you can't help at all. Meng Yi shook her head sadly. Then, she murmured with pain on her face, Xiaohua, I have to go back then. Meng Yi's eyes flashed with a scarlet brilliance. There was no trace of pain on her face. Her face changed into another expression, just that this expression was more ferocious than before. You woke up, looked around and sighed. Sigh, Meng Yi, just obediently follow me. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? It seems that I still need more food. Before you finished her words, her whole body floated up and flew directly to Master Tiangang, who was closest to her. Master Tiangang saw this and frowned. He waved his hand, and the wheel of Yanfan spun and rushed towards Ya's waist. Meng, be careful. Zhang Xiaohua blurted out, then she covered her mouth. She knew that she said something wrong. However, he didn't understand why Ya suddenly left. Perhaps she had something to do with Master Tiangang? Don't worry, little husband, nothing will happen. When the wheel of Yanfan flew to her side, Ya didn't forget to turn her head back and said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. Just as he lowered his head, the wheel of Yanfan hit Ya's hand. However, something strange happened. The wheel of Yanfan seemed to have seen the person closest to it. With a buzzing sound, it only rotated slowly on Ya's hand and didn't make any attack. Everyone was horrified, including Sakura. You demoness. Master Tiangang reluctantly rose up and attacked Ya with both hands in his sleeves. Seeing that Ya didn't move at all, Sakura became anxious and shouted, Lord, be careful. Lord? Before everyone came to their senses, Ya's hand stretched out slightly and grabbed Master Tiangong's head. Master Tiangang didn't even move and let Ya do as she wished. With a cracking sound, Master Tiangong's head split open and blood dripped down to the ground. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. His impression of Master Tiangang wasn't bad. With a push of his divine sense, Chasing Dream turned into sword light and lingered around Ya. Ayaya, little husband? Are you going to fight with me? Ya laughed. If you want to eat, just ask Sakura for it. Why do you have to kill people? Zhang Xiaohua said angrily. Little husband, this Dalan Temple's monk, is this servant's food? Ya looked innocent. How is that possible? Everyone was horrified. At this moment, black gas rose from the ground and dripped along Master Tiangong's blood. In just a moment, Master Tiangang turned into a dry corpse. Then, a strange scene stunned Zhang Xiaohua. Black and red flames were emitted from Ya's hand, and Master Tiangong's corpse was immediately set ablaze. In less than half a cup of tea's time, it was reduced to ashes, leaving behind over 10 sparkling and translucent Buddhist relics on the ground. Ya waved his hand, and over 10 tiny relics appeared in his hand. He took a look at them, shook his head, and sighed. How did the monks of Dalan Temple cultivate? It's really getting worse with each generation. As he said, he opened his mouth and poured all the relics into his mouth. Ya's teeth made a crunching sound as he chewed the relics and swallowed them into his stomach. Seeing everyone's stunned look, Ya didn't have enough and looked at Master Yuandao as if Master Yuandao was a delicious meal. You, who are you? Zhang Xiaohua shouted. Not far away, another voice said in unison. When everyone looked, it was the Dalan Temple's abbot, Master Chongsheng. Master Chongsheng stood up and walked in front of Ya. He put his palms together and said, Almsgiver, who are you? Why, did you say that my Dalan Temple is your food? Ha ha ha, you laughed. Little monk, you're really brave. Since you asked, I'll tell you. Little monk Chongsheng, what do you think is the difference between your Dalan Temple's relics and my Tenrya sex bones? This, Master Chongsheng, had just fought with Maharaga and witnessed his white bone whip turning into bones. Now that he heard it, he felt that there was no essential difference between the two except that their attributes were completely opposite. Are they the same? Yes smiled. Then look again. What's the difference between your relics and the inner elixirs of demonic beasts? This, Master Chongsheng, was speechless again. Zhang Xiaohua also understood. No wonder when she heard the great Master Chonggung talk about relics, the first thing she thought of was the inner elixir. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the Buddhist space. Also, don't you think that the 8 divine dragons in the Buddhist scriptures are very similar to the 8 heavenly kings of my Tenrya sect? Of course, some of the Buddha statues in the Dalan Temple were very similar to some of the heavenly kings of the Tenrya sect. This had always been suspected by many people, but after all, the Dalan Temple's Buddhist light was the nemesis of the Tenrya sect. No one thought that the Tenrya sect had anything to do with the Dalan Temple. Do you understand? You Dalan Temple recite Buddhist scriptures and practice Buddhist techniques. The only purpose is to be my food. When I founded your Dalan Temple, I wanted to raise a flock of sheep for myself. When I need relics, you can deliver them to me. Ah. Everyone was shocked. Who was this ya? Hee little Langjun? Are you scared? This servant is the real Sakra, and this Dalan Temple is nothing but this servant's kitchen. Amitba, good. Master Chongsheng chanted the name of Buddha and shook his head slightly. Don't call me Amitba. I just took it from the Buddhist sect for temporary use. You smiled. Although all the techniques of your Dalan Temple can restrain the Tenryu sect, the foundation is the techniques of the demon realm. Therefore, in my hands, you don't have the slightest ability to fight back. You are Master Xian Kong. Not far away, Master Yuan Dao still didn't believe it. Master Xian Kong is a man. How can you be? Hee little monk, I am from Xian Kong. The Dalan Temple was created by me, and so was the Guyuan Tower. Every 100 years, I have to go to the Guyuan Tower to eat. You laughed. Every 100 years? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. You?
How old are you?
Before he could answer, Master Longevity laughed and said, I've always laughed at Wu Xiao, saying that he didn't understand Dharma and didn't cultivate the true scriptures. Now it seems that they are the only ones who cultivate the true Buddha, while we are just animals in the shed, food for human flesh. Forget it. Now I know that everything is empty. Now I know that sex is really empty. As he spoke, his figure suddenly rose. In a flash, the demon-slaying sword in his hand stabbed toward Ya. Ya chuckled softly. He nimbly snatched the demon extermination sword and stabbed it into Grandmaster Longevity's abdomen. A stream of blood flowed out, splashing onto Ya's face. Coupled with Ya's sinister smile, it looked extremely terrifying. Ah! When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was shocked. This scene, wasn't it what she saw in the River of Karma? In the River of Karma, the Lady Aya that Zhang Xiaohua saw was actually not Lady Aya. It was actually...
Ya?
You. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at Ya. At this time, Master Chongsheng's blood had flowed into the ground. A wisp of black fire was born from Ya's hand, burning Master Chongsheng's corpse. You are Ya, then the Lady Aya that I went to find with you earlier.
Who is she?
Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise. Sigh, little husband, you are really smart all your life, but stupid this time. Lady Aya is of course my mother. Ya smiled as if it was a matter of course.
But...
Aren't you Sakra? Or the founder of the Dalan Temple? Master Xian Kong, how can Lady Aya be your mother? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Also, I accompanied you to find your origins. Lady Ju, Xigong, and Granny Qiu. Where did they go? When I went back again, why couldn't I find that place? Hee hee, little husband, you are really considerate. You actually went there again. Since little husband wants to know, then I will explain it to you clearly. Ye smiled charmingly. She looked at the corpse that was burning at her feet and said, actually, that small mountain village didn't exist at all. It never existed. Ah? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Then she heard you say, actually, when little monk Changgung told you about my appearance, I knew that maybe you would find out that I was the saintess of the Tenrya sect. But at that time, I didn't have a good foundation for the demonic arts and didn't want to leave Lingxiang Peak, so, you notified the Tenrya sect? You asked them to kill the Ho family in Yixia town and the small mountain village in Baiquan Mountain in advance. Zhang Xiaohua said indignantly. Oh, little husband, you guessed wrong. Ye smiled. At this time, Master Changsheng had been burned to ashes, and there were more than 10 relics on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua's face relaxed and said, then who is it? Nonsense, of course it's me. Ye waved her hand and more than 10 relics appeared in her hand. She smiled and said, the disciples of the Tenrya sect just came to find you after hearing the news. I didn't want to attract your attention. You! Zhang Xiaohua looked at Yo in a daze. Yes, this was definitely not a dream in her heart. You go to sleep at midnight. How would you know what happened at night? Ye said disdainfully. But what about Dragon Mountain? Why didn't you do anything? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Nonsense again. You've already arrived at Serpent Mountain and coincidentally met Chu Zhigao. Even if I killed his mother, wouldn't you be even more suspicious? Besides, you slept at the entrance of the cave that night and even set up a restriction on the cave. How could I bear to break your heart to protect me? What about the small mountain village? It really doesn't exist? Zhang Xiaohua found it hard to believe. Of course. I had no choice but to inform the disciples of the Tenrya sect and let them set up a temporary trap on the top of the mountain next to Poyang town. Fortunately, I met you there that day. Jing Xian is already dead. Who would know where I am? It's just that those disciples are too stupid. They don't even look like villagers. There was no movement at night. Did you find some clues and went back to check? Ye said hatefully. Also, there was no corpse in the tomb at the top of the mountain. If you really used your divine sense to check, wouldn't you make me think again? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized why she felt that the small mountain village was a little strange that night. When she was in the Guozhuang house, other than the chirping of insects, there was also the sound of teeth grinding, babbling, crying, and even moaning. But in the small mountain village, other than the sound of the wind, there was nothing else. They were all disciples of the Tenryu sect. They were conscientiously carrying out the orders of the saintess.
Who dared to sleep?
Who dared to do anything else? As for the tomb, Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't use his divine sense to check it. Even the second time, he used his divine sense to check if it was a tomb. Then, why did you appear at the ferry outside Poyang town? Zhang Xiaohua's mind was in a mess. He couldn't figure out the reason. Looking at you chewing on Master Changsheng's relic, he didn't know whether he should kill her or not. Was Meng. He couldn't bring himself to kill her. If Meng didn't appear at the ferry, perhaps he wouldn't have met her and wouldn't have started this unforgettable love. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, how would this servant know? You spread out her hands and answered unexpectedly, that's because this servant really doesn't have any memories. I also don't know why I was met by Jing Xian. As for why I went to the ferry, young master, didn't you find the treasure Jing Xian was looking for? Then, as if she thought of something, she turned to Sakura and asked, Sakura, why do you think this lord got lost from the Tenrya sect? When Sakura heard this, he replied respectfully, reporting to Lord, that period of time was the day of Lord's return. Lord should have been recuperating in Heavenly Dragon sect, but I don't know why. Lord suddenly disappeared from the hall. At that time, this servant was scared to death. I sent a lot of people, but couldn't find you. However, at this point, Sakura looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled. However, this servant understands now. Lord must have gone to look for the next Sakura of the Tenryu sect. Hai giggled. She covered her mouth and said, "That's right. The heavens have given me this fate. I met you at the ferry. Since then, I've benefited greatly from your great fortune. So I've been able to get a lot of benefits. If it wasn't for young master, how could this servant obtain the demonic scripture? If it wasn't for this demonic scripture, how could this servant find the method to refine the demonic flag? If I couldn't refine the demonic flag, this servant could only be trapped here until death. But with young master, all of these things became possible. Young master, do you think you and this servant are destined to be married by the heavens? If we can't help each other in difficult times and treat each other with respect, how can we face the heavens?" While she was talking, Ye's body suddenly flashed with a red light. At the same time, the ground started to shake and rumble. A look of surprise flashed across Ye's face. She pointed her finger, and a wisp of black gas separated from her finger and seeped into the ground. Zhang Xiaohua only saw darkness in front of her eyes. A pitch-black flag flew out from the ground. It was the demonic flag that Zhang Xiaohua saw in the Buddha's face. At this moment, the surface of the demonic flag was no longer pitch-black. Instead, there were many blood vessels. The blood vessels were densely connected together. Moreover, the blood vessels seemed to be suspended on the surface of the flag. Under the sunlight, they were shining with scarlet brilliance. "It looks very familiar, right, young master?"
You pointed at the demonic flag.
The demonic flag flew up and wrapped around Ye's curvaceous body, covering her purple robe. "I really can't imagine where did you get such great luck from? I used the demonic flag to suppress the 9th grade lotus platform that I couldn't use under the demonic flag. I used the Buddhist power of the 9th grade lotus platform to provide the Buddhist light to the tower. Yet you actually took drastic measures and took away the 9th grade lotus platform. If it weren't for the fact that I can no longer use the tower in the future, the tower would no longer have the Buddhist light," Ye said with a smile. Then he turned to Master Yuandao and said, "Little monk, I am the great Taoist Master Xiankong. You have to believe me. A month ago, I took this demonic flag from the Origin Returning Tower. I even made the Origin Returning Tower emit Buddhist light. Yes, this is the Origin Returning Tribulation that I mentioned. Aren't all of you here to face the tribulation? Hee little monk, do you know now? What is the real Origin Returning Tribulation?" With that, Ye waved her sleeve and a scarlet light hit Master Yuandao. Master Yuandao immediately began to wither, like a tree branch that had lost its moisture, and you all,
Ha ha ha.
Ye laughed wildly. Several red lights shot out. Master Chongqing and Master Yuanming couldn't dodge in time and began to wither. "Stop!" Zhang Xiaohua shouted, wanting to stop Ye. Ye looked at him with a smile and asked curiously, "Little husband, these are all my pets. Why do you want me to stop?" Then, she waved her hand again. Alliance Master Zhongsan, who had been standing at the side with his mouth agape, involuntarily flew into Ye's hand. You, what are you doing?" Alliance Master Zhong Sen shouted in horror. "What am I doing? What else can I do?" Ye continued to smile and said, "I used some demonic kung fu in Xing Town's Ma family. It's exactly the same as the Dalan Temple. Since you've cultivated it, of course you'll end up like the monks of the Dalan Temple, right?" Alliance Master Zhong San's expression changed drastically. Before he could speak, all the blood in his body was drawn out by Ye. Chapter 12:23. Master Zhong San's blood turned into a red bead the size of a fist and spun around in the air. Ye opened her mouth and the blood bead was sucked into her mouth. Master Zhong San turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. Then, Ye looked at the people from the Misty School. "How dare you?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and did not dare to delay any longer. He reached out his hand, and the lotus throne appeared in the air. He pointed his finger, and the lotus throne emitted a rainbow light that covered Zhang Xiaohu, Peacock, and Chen Chen. Haha, you covered her mouth and laughed. Little husband, don't be afraid. Zhang Xiaohu is your second brother. Why would I hurt him? Besides, their cultivation is far from enough. Their blood can only be used to refine the demon flag. There are many people like that in the martial arts world. I have no reason to make you unhappy. Then, she waved her sleeve and 2 rays of red light shot out towards Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing. Stop it. Zhang Xiaohua was furious. The dream-chasing sword flew out again and turned into 64 rays of light that shot towards Ya. Io, little husband, you are so cruel. How dare you attack me? You wronged me for loving you so much. He smiled and did not retract the red light. It was as if the rays of light could not hurt her at all. Sure enough, when the 64 rays of light hit his body, the demon flag's clothes shook slightly and countless black gas blocked the rays of light. Little husband, do you know why I've been talking to you so patiently? Why I've been answering your questions? He smiled brightly. Rushi, you attacked me as soon as you arrived. I'm tired of dealing with you. Well, it's not just you. Look, I've been attacking the monks of the Dalan Temple since the beginning. Why didn't I attack the people of the Cult of Fragrance? That's because the monks of the Dalan Temple are pigs. No matter how high their cultivation is, they are no match for me. As for Yu Mingxin's disciple, I still have to think about it. I can only wait until the first layer of the demonic flag is successfully refined before I can make a move. Then, a bitter expression appeared on her face. This devilish flag is far too difficult to refine. There was so much blood at the foot of Yao Mountain, as well as the quintessence blood of so many experts from the Tao of Immortals, but I've only just reached the first level. Only after reaching the first level can I dare to stand tall and face you directly. Do you know how nervous I was in front of you just now? You? Zhang Xiaohua finally understood. She gritted her teeth. But don't be afraid, my husband. I'm sincere to you and your family. In the future, this world will belong to the two of us. Let's build your beta school into a first-class school. We'll let the Tenryu sect, the Incense sect, and the Misty school become our beta schools, puppets. What do you think? While he was talking to Zhang Xiaohua, the other 2 red lights had already killed the heavily injured Nun Shuqing and Nun Jingyi. Their quintessence blood had also been sucked out by Ya. Zhang Xiaohua looked on, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Ya's expression suddenly changed. She frowned and closed her eyes. Her body fell from the sky. When she regained her balance, she opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear and filled with pain. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua. I'm Meng. Meng. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. She looked at the familiar eyes. Yes, I have to go. Xiaohua, Ya's consciousness is getting stronger. I'm destined to be devoured by her. And the more I'm devoured by Ya, the more I know more. Meng cried. I really love you. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. I know you love me. Xiaohua, you don't understand. Meng panicked. Meng said anxiously, Xiaohua, I don't have much time. You have to hear that what you said just now is true. But what she said to you were all lies. She didn't kill you because she wanted to keep you captive. When your cultivation is high, she will absorb your quintessence blood. Also, she needs to refine this demonic flag 9 times. Not only does she want to raise her cultivation, but she also wants to use it to break open space and return to the ruins. Refining 1 level of the demonic flag used so many people's blood and lives. Every time the demonic flag is refined, the amount of quintessence blood used is 9 times that of the previous level. Xiaohua, you have to calculate how many people's blood is needed to refine this demonic flag successfully. Even if you kill the entire pugilistic world and the entire human world, it won't be enough. Zhang Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, the entire human world would become hell. Quick, Xiaohua, before you is stopped by me, you kill me. Meng said, and wanted to take down the demonic flag. But no matter how hard she tried, The demonic flag didn't move. Meng was about to cry. She shouted, Xiaohua, use the flying sword. Use chasing dream. Let chasing dream become killing dream. Zhang Xiaohua was in tears as well. Chasing dream could not get close no matter how many times he tried. Meng, how can I bear to let you go? How can I kill you with my own hands? Is there no other way? Zhang Xiaohua's voice was hoarse. Meng smiled bitterly when she saw that chasing dream didn't move forward. She shook her head and said, Xiaohua, you are wrong. You don't love me at all. Zhang Xiaohua also shook her head. Meng, what nonsense are you saying? How can I not love you? It's true. It's not your heart that loves me, and it's not my heart that loves you. It's the heart-binding curse that you used that's causing trouble. You used the heart-binding curse to bind our hearts together. Meng smiled bitterly and cried, Heart-binding curse? Zhang Xiaohua was dazed and didn't know how to answer. Xiaohua, do you think we only met once outside Poyang town and it'll be engraved in our hearts forever? Can you think about it every day and night?
Can you not eat or drink?
Meng said while crying. Why not? Meng, I've always treated you like this. And sometimes when I think about you, my heart aches and I feel happy. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Meng's eyes lit up and she said happily, I feel the same. But then she shook her head and said, But we were trapped by you using the heart-binding curse. This is all Ya's doing. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua still didn't understand, Meng wiped her tears and said, In fact, as early as when you came here, she first established the Tenryu sect. She called herself Sakura and trained a few heavenly kings. In order to increase her power, Yo established the Dalan Temple. She combined the kung fu of the devil world with some exercises she got from the Buddhism sect and formed the Dalan Temple. On the surface, the exercises of the Dalan Temple were Buddhism sect's exercises, but the foundation was the exercises of the devil cult. All the monks of the Dalan Temple had succeeded in practicing them. After they passed away, their relics became elixirs for Ya to increase her power. Later, when he was fighting with Wan Wuxin, Yu Mingxin, and Yang Haoya for an extremely rare thing, she was seriously injured by the three of them. When Ye hid in the Guthuan Tower of the Dalan Temple to heal herself, she accidentally found a kind of mantra of the Buddhism sect. Xiaohua, you also know that the monks of the Dalan Temple abstain from sex. The reason why they abstain from sex is because of this mantra. And this mantra was unintentionally copied from the Buddhism sect. You comprehended this mantra and combined it with some kind of secret method of the devil cult. You found a way to live forever. Live forever? Zhang Xiaohua almost cried out. Yes, live forever. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Didn't you see me? How many years have I lived? Zhang Xiaohua nodded blankly. Meng sighed and continued, Ya's method was to find a man and, according to the mantra, cast the Heart Unite mantra in the hearts of Ya and this man. Then Ya and this man fell in love, and got married. This man was the second-generation Sakura apart from Ya. Then, Ya and Sakura gave birth to a daughter, which was the first-generation saintess. This saintess was an independent person, but because Ya and Sakura had the Heart Unite mantra, this saintess had the seed of Ya's consciousness in her consciousness. When the saintess was 6 years old, according to the secret method, Ya quietly died. Once Ya died, her seed in the saintess consciousness began to germinate. At that time, the saintess consciousness began to become chaotic. After a few months or years, Ya's consciousness grew up and swallowed the saintess consciousness. This saintess then became Ya. At this time, Ya wasn't much different from an ordinary person. She should spend most of her time in the Tenryu sect. Then, Ya would go to the Dalan Temple's Gui Yuan Tower and swallow the relics in the Gui Yuan Tower to increase her power. When Ya's power was successful and reached a certain age, Ya would go to the pugilistic world to find another man and cast the Heart Unite mantra again to let herself and another man fall in love and fall in love. Like this, the saintess of the Tenryu sect will always be Ya. Do you understand? Xiaohua, this is what the Tenryu sect passed down. The child of Sakura, and the saintess must be a girl. First there was the saintess, then there was Sakura, then there was Sakura, then there were the 8 heavenly kings. This was how they came to be. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua with tears in her eyes again and said while crying, and I am this generation's saintess, which is also the reincarnated Ya. Xiaohua, you are the man that you will choose from the pugilistic world in this life. You are destined to fall in love with Ya and help each other in difficult times. You are destined to be this generation's Sakura, your daughter, the next generation's saintess, and also the next generation's Ya's reincarnation. This matter should have been done after you became an adult, but I don't know why she actually did it when she met you at the ferry. Perhaps that's because you look very similar to that immortal Xiaohua, and Ya was extremely afraid of this immortal Xiaohua. So, when she met you at the ferry, she felt that you were her biggest threat at the first moment and cast her most powerful heart unite mantra on you. Meng seemed to be recalling something and said, "This is also the only reason why you fell in love with me." Zhang Xiaohua's face turned ashen as she listened. Her eyes were at a loss, and she didn't know how to answer. She had never thought that her painstakingly engraved love for Meng was just a method that she used to play with the human world, a method for her to live forever. So, Xiaohua, I don't have the qualifications to talk about love with you. Our love is really a kind of absurdity. Meng cried with tears in her eyes. However, according to Ya's memory, it seems she found another method from the ring you gave her. Perhaps in the future, your daughter won't have this kind of tragedy again. But it definitely won't. Yet she wants to swallow you. Speaking up to here, Meng's eyes turned blood red, and her face turned cold. Her tone changed again. What kind of storm does a little consciousness want to cause? I don't know how many of these little things I've swallowed. She then looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said coldly, "Since you already know, I won't say anything more. Although I've found a way to live forever without reincarnation, I can't guarantee that this method will be completely useful. So, as the man of this generation who is implanted with the heart-binding curse with me, you have to stay by my side for the rest of your life. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't abandon you." Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were already filled with determination. She stared at Ya and said coldly, "Your method is the demon flag?" "Haha, yes, it's the demon flag. It's a method to refine the blood of 10,000 spirits. If it succeeds, not to mention me, even you, I can guarantee that you'll live forever." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly. "This kind of longevity, it's better not to have it." "Ha ha ha, this kind of longevity, it's better not to have it." What a big tone. Ya laughed maniacally. "I've been struggling at death's door since tens of thousands of years ago. I've reared the Dalan temple in captivity, released the techniques of the demon realm, and searched for the saintess and Sakura. Isn't everything I've done for the sake of longevity? How long have you lived? How do you know the wonders of longevity?" Humph, humph, as the ancient people said, if you can understand the true meaning of life, if two people have truly loved each other, even if you only live for a day, it's enough. If you don't understand why you live, don't know what love is, and only treat love as a tool to prolong your feeble existence, then, even if you've lived for tens of thousands of years, what's the use of living until you're as old as heaven and earth? Ha 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 ha, you laughed maniacally again. "You're just a little human, but you're just my food. You actually want to talk about love with me? What is love? I don't need to know, and I don't want to know. You're just despicable creatures, and your emotions are even more despicable. And the love you speak of is fake. It doesn't even exist. It's just one of my techniques. You actually treat it as real? I saw that little thing tossing and turning over there. It's really stubborn. It actually doesn't want to be devoured by me." Then he pointed at Peacock, Zhang Xiaohu and the rest and said, "I know, Yu Mingxin from the incense cult and Yang Haoya from the Misty School. They should have been able to cultivate successfully, but they were delayed by this so-called love. Both of their Tao foundations were damaged. One of them was wallowing in self-pity beside the sorrowless lake, while the other came to the Dalan temple to look for me, Sakura from the demon realm, to find a way to cut off their love. Ha ha ha. What happened to them in the end? One was suppressed under the frowning tower by me, never to be reincarnated, while the other died on the misty peak, never to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. But after all they've loved before. Zhang Xiaohua was enraged. She moved her divine sense, and a few sword lights pierced towards Ye, aiming at Ye's head, which was not covered by the demonic flag. Haha, you're finally willing to do it. Ye laughed. If you kill me, you'll never see your dream again. The small sword was like lightning, piercing Ye's face. But just as the flying sword touched Ye's face, the demonic flag quietly extended upwards, covering Ye's entire face, blocking the small sword. Zhang Xiaohua did not expect to succeed so easily. She reached out her hand and wanted to take out the Haotian mirror at the same time, but the Haotian mirror was connected to the other 9 instruments. Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry and could not take it out. Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Sangharama plate. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua take out the Sangharama plate, Peacock gritted her teeth. She did not know what to feel. Although she had guessed that Great Elder Jingang was killed by Zhang Xiaohua, she did not want to admit it. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't care less. He held the Sangharama plate in his hand and formed a seal with his right hand. True energy shot out from his fingertips, and he pointed at the plate. A ball of light blue light emerged from the Sangharama plate, and the sound of surging waves could be heard. Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and pointed his finger. The ball of light was like a pillar of water, heading straight for Ye's head. Haha, you laughed. You're just a cultivator in the chi refining stage. What can you do? This little bit of congenital water is not even enough to wash my feet. As expected, you did not move at all. When the innate water that was as heavy as a mountain fell, he only waved his sleeve. A faint black gas was produced from the demonic flag and turned into a faint black lotus. It was supported by the faint blue brilliance. Although the water was turbulent, it could not smash down no matter what. Next, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. He took out the dragon-binding hoop and tossed it into the air. The dragon-binding hoop grew in the wind, and flames appeared around it. It turned into a hoop that was about 1 zhang wide, and it covered Ye's head. These are just some toys that I used to play with. There was a faint smile on Ye's face. He did not activate the demonic flag, and only pointed his hand in the air. A red light flashed and hit the dragon-binding hoop. With a kung sound, the light on the dragon-binding hoop was extinguished, and the flames were extinguished. With a pew sound, Ye fell from the air. Humph, Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly. She took out 2 purple phoenix hairpins, 1 in each hand, and channeled all her true chi into the 2 hairpins. Kacha, kacha, 2 thunderous sounds came from the 2 hairpins. In an instant, 2 bolts of lightning were emitted from the 2 hairpins. These 2 bolts of lightning were different. The one in the left hand had a golden glow, and the one in the right hand had a white glow. The 2 bolts of lightning flew out of the purple phoenix hairpins and immediately absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth from the surrounding air. They kept expanding. When the 2 bolts of lightning flew closer, countless tiny bolts of lightning were formed between the 2 bolts of lightning. When they reached Ye's head, they had already turned into a net of lightning. This purple phoenix hairpin is the token of love between Yuming Xian and Yang Haoya. How could I not have seen it before? If the 2 of them were to use it, I might be a little afraid. Although you have tried your best, your cultivation is too weak. The purple phoenix hairpin's power is like the light of a firefly. When Ye saw this, he didn't seem to be nervous at all. He just casually flicked his finger, and another red brilliance hit the center of the electric net. Boom! Countless thunderbolts were quickly annihilated under the red brilliance. In just a breath's time, they were completely annihilated. There was still a small wisp of the red light. It did not stop there, and it went straight for the purple phoenix hairpin in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and immediately put away the purple phoenix hairpin. She reached out and took out another item. It was the small seal that she had obtained earlier. Zhang Xiaohua threw the small seal into the sky. The seal immediately expanded and turned into a huge rock, smashing down on Ya's head. Haha, little lover, I'm afraid you don't have anything good in your hands. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua throw out the small seal, Ya almost laughed out loud. He pointed his finger, and the seal immediately spun in the air and fell from the sky. However, Zhang Xiaohua had a lot of things in her hands. Before the small seal fell, she took out another item. It was the so-called Tree of Seven Wonders. Hee, little lover, you have a lot of treasures. Unfortunately, this Tree of Seven Wonders belongs to the Buddhist sect. Can you control it? Ya sneered.
Bang!
The crimson light hit the wonderful Tree of Seven Treasures. Zhang Xiaohua's hand trembled, and then his chest trembled. He didn't know how you did it. She could no longer control her body. The Tree of Seven Wonders in her hand fell in the direction of Zhang Xiaohu and the rest. Zhang Xiaohua's body was in midair. Her blood was boiling in her chest, and a mouthful of blood rushed up to her throat. When she landed beside the lotus throne, she could only calm her blood. A small stream of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu saw Zhang Xiaohua vomiting blood. He panicked and shouted. Peacock and Chen Chen saw that there were traces of golden blood on Zhang Xiaohua's body, and they were shocked. Ha ha ha, how is it? Ya laughed maniacally. With the demon flag, even though I have less than 30% of my previous cultivation, but here, there is no match for me. As he spoke, a condensed divine sense was sent out from Ya. It swept towards Zhang Xiaohua fiercely. This. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. The divine sense was extremely dense and heavy. Her divine sense was similar to Ya's. She was just an infant boy who did not know how to walk. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dreamlike face. No, it was a dream. She opened her eyes wide, gritted her teeth, and reached into her clothes again. She could not control the Haotian mirror just now. It should be because of the 10 magical items in the pouch. But now, other than the Haotian mirror, Zhang Xiaohua only had a few pearls and a few gourds. She did not know how to use them. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Haotian mirror. It seemed that the Haotian mirror was unwilling to appear. It was heavy in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Ah? Kunlun mirror? When you saw the Haotian mirror, his eyeballs almost fell out. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua in disbelief and said, when did you see Xiaohua? Is he here too? As he spoke, his eyes didn't stop looking around. His divine sense also spread out in all directions. Zhang Xiaohua didn't give her time to think. Although he hadn't mastered the first level of the clear sky mirror, and the clear sky mirror didn't listen to him, he still poured his vital energy into the clear sky mirror as if it didn't cost him anything. The clear sky mirror started to glow faintly after receiving his vital energy, and its surface started to blur. He looked around and didn't see any enlightened Master Xiaohua. Only then did he feel relieved. Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua's method of injecting his Jinqi into the clear sky mirror. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Young master, you must have never seen Xiaohua before. Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror is not something that a qi refining stage kid like you can control." But then he tilted his head and said, "But why do you look so similar to Xiaohua? Also, you have not seen Xiaohua, but you can actually disguise yourself as him? It's really strange. But if this mirror is really the Kunlun mirror, then I can't escape into the void at will." While he was talking, the Kunlun mirror shone brightly as if something was about to rush out. But you did not panic. He only scanned Zhang Xiaohua with his divine sense and laughed again. "Don't use your strength, little lover. If this is not the Kunlun mirror, even if you can use it, you can't do anything to me. But if it is the Kunlun mirror, it is one of the 10 treasures of creation. Only immortals can use it. You are just a mortal. How can you control it? Why don't you leave some of your true qi, and we can sit down and have a good chat?" Before he finished speaking, the Haotian mirror dimmed again. Zhang Xiaohua felt a huge force coming from the Haotian mirror and hitting her dantian. A kind of incomparable discomfort surged out from her body. With a puff, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which fell on the Haotian mirror. With a swish, the Haotian mirror shone brightly. A huge suction force came from the Haotian mirror and swept away all the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body like a whale swallowing water. With a buzz, the Haotian mirror trembled slightly. Suddenly, a misty light shot towards Ya. When Ya saw Zhang Xiaohua spit out a mouthful of blood on the Haotian mirror, he felt something was wrong. As soon as the light came out, he flashed and several black phantoms appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. The light of the Haotian mirror hit the phantoms, and all the phantoms were shattered. It was Ya who appeared in midair. Kunlun mirror. Is this really the Kunlun mirror? Ya still didn't believe it. However, his body didn't slow down. The light of the Haotian mirror was like a maggot in one's bones. Wherever you flew, the light would follow. So, what if it is the Kunlun mirror? After flying for a while, Ya's face turned cold. He landed and waved his hand. The demon flag was pulled out from his body. He raised it in midair and blocked the light. The light hit the demon flag with a puff sound. Black gas surged out from the demon flag. It was like a snowflake that was doused with hot water. It instantly disappeared. Ya looked at the demon flag with great heartache. The black gas on the demon flag gradually dimmed. Fortunately, the light of the Haotian mirror also gradually disappeared. When the light of the Haotian mirror completely disappeared, Ya let out a long sigh. He turned around and landed in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe with an extremely strange expression. You?
Who are you?
How did Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror fall into your hands? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ya. She had already put the Haotian mirror into her purse. She sneered and said, "Of course I am me. I don't know who Xiaohua is. This mirror is called the Haotian mirror. It is not the Kunlun mirror that you're talking about."
Ah.
It really is the Kunlun mirror. Ya's face was filled with excitement. However, his face was also filled with confusion. The Kunlun mirror is a respectful name for the Haotian mirror. This mirror is the Haotian mirror. As he spoke, his face turned cold again. I don't care how you know Xiaohua. You better hand over the Kunlun mirror. An unparalleled divine sense attacked Zhang Xiaohua. However, just when the divine sense touched Zhang Xiaohua, the divine sense suddenly stopped and quickly retracted. The red color in Ya's eyes gradually dimmed. Meng actually came out again. Xiaohua. I am afraid that I can only see you for the last time. I have something that I have always wanted to tell you. If I don't say it, I will not be able to die in peace. Although Meng did not have any cultivation, she was also floating in the air with the help of the devil flag. At this moment, how could Zhang Xiaohua still care whether she was Meng or Ya? She reluctantly used the last of her true energy to fly and come to Meng's side. Xiaohua, don't despise me. As Meng spoke, she stretched out her hand and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Although Ya's seed is in my consciousness, my heart and my body love you. And I know. Zhang Xiaohua nodded with tears in her eyes. Actually, Little Blossom, I think I'm quite lucky. I don't know how many saintesses I've devoured before. Each of them was only a few years old. Those saintesses had never tasted love or the feeling of being loved. I'm very grateful to the heavens for arranging for me to meet you in my inevitable ending. I have a mutual love with you. Even though this love is just the effect of the heart-binding curse, but, little flower, it is the real love between us. Love is love. No matter how it appears, if there is love, there is love. Even though this love is weak, shallow, and short, different from other kinds of love, it is still a kind of love, a love that belongs to you and me. This love is very pure and very sincere. I am willing to use my not long life to protect this strange love. Please believe that I really love you. Even Ya, she cannot deny it. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she could not say anything. Meng held his hand again and said, I have always wanted to help you in times of need. Unfortunately, I am afraid that our promise will not come true. However, perhaps it is more suitable for us to forget each other in the martial arts world. Since it is better to forget each other in the martial arts world than to help each other in times of need, Xiaohua, let's forget each other in the martial arts world. Although the martial arts world is very far away, I will always only have you in my heart. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's hand tightened, and Meng's eyes began to turn red again. Quick, Xiaohua, there is no time. I feel that I am getting weaker and weaker. If you don't kill me while I am still alive, you will never have the chance to kill me. If you can't live, how can we forget each other in the martial arts world? If you can't kill Ya, then who in the world can stop her? I am afraid that everyone in the world will be killed by her as a sacrifice to the flag. Meng's eyes gradually turned red, and Meng's face was filled with reluctance and desperation. Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth, and Chasing Dream turned into countless sword lights and stabbed towards Meng's throat. However, just as the flying sword was about to pierce Meng's throat, the demonic flag extended upwards and blocked the flying sword. The flying sword could not pierce any further. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She moved her divine sense again and attacked Meng's head. However, the demonic flag covered the entire head just like before, and the flying sword could not enter.
Ha ha ha.
Ya finally appeared and held Zhang Xiaohua's hand. What an affectionate husband. However, what kind of intimate method are you using? The flying sword had no effect, so it flew back to Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua saw Chasing Dream, her eyes lit up. She reached out with her left hand and grabbed it. Then, she used the nameless sword skill and stabbed towards Ya's throat. A strange flow of energy flowed out from her left arm and flowed along her arm into Chasing Dream. Haha, can such a small sword hurt me? Ya was extremely disdainful. Like swatting a fly, she swatted the small sword away from her throat. Zhang Xiaohua did not stop there. He continued to stab at Ya's heart. Little lover, don't tell me. You want to get physical now? Ya smiled and straightened her perky chest. However, before she could say another word, Chasing Dream stabbed towards Ya's chest. The demonic flag's black fog churned, and a red light flashed. However, with a poochie sound, the demonic flag that the flying sword could not pierce was pierced through by Chasing Dream. Just as Ya was still smiling, Chasing Dream stabbed into her heart, and the flow of energy flowed into her heart. Ya's face was pale. She said in disbelief, You?
What?
What kind of magic weapon is this? Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to answer. Chasing Dream in her hand had pierced an extremely hard spot. As the energy flowed in, that extremely hard spot immediately exploded, releasing an extremely strong force that hit Chasing Dream. Chasing Dream. It should be called Chasing Dream now. It instantly turned into powder, and purple blood flowed out from Ya's heart. It flowed onto the demonic flag. The demonic flag absorbed Ya's blood. Immediately, a red light flashed again. Ya was shocked. She hurriedly used her mental cultivation method, wanting to heal the wound in her heart. Unfortunately, that mysterious flow of energy had already destroyed Ya's heart. No matter what method you used, the blood in her heart continued to flow out, and her heart was gradually destroyed along with the flow of energy. You pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. She wanted to use her powers to kill her, but it was too late. In just a moment, the demonic flag gradually fell off from Ya's body, revealing Ya in purple robes. Xiaohua, you finally succeeded. The red light in Ya's eyes receded. Dream came out again and said with a smile, I will never see you again in the future. But you finally hit Ya's vital point. Ya no longer cares about devouring me. She is looking for a way to save herself. Then, Dream looked at the snowflakes that were still fluttering in the sky and the red clouds in the sky. She said in disappointment, Is this leaving? Am I going to leave this world just like this? But to be able to accompany the man in my heart for so long, I am already satisfied. Xiaohua, you say, is there really immortality in this world?
Yeah.
She is so heartless. What's the point of living for so long? If there is some elixir of immortality, I will not use it myself. If you want to use it, let's use it together. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He flew forward and held Meng in his arms. He took out the longevity pill from his money bag and held it in front of Meng's eyes. He said sadly, perhaps this is your so-called elixir of immortality. This Dream felt strange. She reached out and took it. She opened the bottle and looked at the pill inside. But then, a strange smile appeared on her face. She shook her head slightly and said, I know this thing. From Ya's memory, this seems to be an extremely precious beauty pill in the cultivation world. After taking it, you can keep your face at that time for the rest of your life. Haha, Dream's eyes turned red again. Ya said, this kind of elixir is the love of women. I can still get it before I die. Then let me take it. Then, you put the beauty pill in her hand into her mouth. But just as her hand was about to reach her mouth, she stretched it out again and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua's mouth. Dream said, Xiaohua, take it. I hope you can keep your face now and not change after 100 years. Wait for my next life. I will come and find you again. Dream's eyes just stared at Zhang Xiaohua's face. It seemed that she wanted to imprint his face deeply in her heart. Even reincarnation could not erase it. Zhang Xiaohua had tears in her eyes. She sniffed the sweet fragrance between Dream's fingers and put the beauty pill in her mouth. The beauty pill melted in her mouth and turned into a medicinal power that went into her stomach. By the way, Xiaohua, you has destroyed the sheepskin scroll in the dense forest just now. But I know that she didn't destroy the previous one. She hid it in. Dream seemed to think of something and whispered a few words in Zhang Xiaohua's ear. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was very sad. How could she care about this? Although the blood in Dream's chest flowed slowly, it was still flowing. Zhang Xiaohua knew that when the blood stopped flowing, it would be the time for Dream to leave. He would not be able to see his beloved again. The two of them interlocked their fingers and looked at each other for a long time. They did not speak. Suddenly, Dream's face changed. She pushed Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, go. Ya is staking everything. She wants to die with you. Then, Dream looked deeply at Zhang Xiaohua for the last time. She used her left hand to pull Zhang Xiaohua's head over and kissed Zhang Xiaohua's lips deeply. She smiled and said, I guessed the process, but I didn't guess the ending. This process will forever be engraved in my heart. Xiaohua, wait in the next life. I will love you again. As she spoke, she waved her hand and tightly grasped the demonic flag before closing her eyes. Meng's expression started to change. First it was pain. Then it frowned. After that, it started to emit lights of various colors. In the end, Meng's body suddenly flew up into the sky. With a bang, she exploded, and the demonic flag was blasted away. Dream? Zhang Xiaohua shouted and flew into the air. She reached out and grabbed the demon flag, but besides the disappearing bloodstain on the flag, there was only the ring that Zhang Xiaohua gave Dream. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a popping sound in her heart. It was as if a lock had been opened, and the key was in the air in front of her. Zhang Xiaohua paused for a moment, then seemed to understand. She opened her left hand and released all of the divine sense in her Naiwan palace into her Dharma eye. When the silver-white eyes opened, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see that Dream was not far away from her. Next to her was Ya, who looked exactly like Dream, but was pitch black, had horns on her head, and had wings on her back. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to think and quickly chased after her. But just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to catch up to Dream, a pitch-black crack appeared beside Dream, and the two of them were about to enter that crack. Dream. Zhang Xiaohua shouted as he reached out with his right hand to grab Dream's hand. Dream seemed to sense it and turned around to look at Zhang Xiaohua. It was a pair of large eyes, thick eyebrows, a dimple, and a beauty mark, and a volume 1. Published on November 24, 2011, 22:53. Chapter 12:24. There are many details in the story of cultivating God that are worth everyone's consideration. If you look at it carefully, there are really a lot of things for everyone to think about. The love in the novel can be used for everyone's reference. Therefore, I will write a little bit of the third flower first. It can be considered as throwing a brick to attract jade. The first love, needless to say, was Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian. The love of these two people seemed a bit far-fetched, but if you think about it carefully, it is reasonable. Lu Qian was from a scholarly family in the countryside and could be considered a pretty daughter of a humble family. Her view of love was to find a scholar like her father, Mr. Lu, and her brother, Lu Kai, and marry them. This way, the husband and wife would have a common language, and the wife would follow suit. Who knows, they might even sing and write poems that would be passed down for generations to come. However, things didn't go as she wished. When she went to Lu Town to shop for the new year, she was actually harassed by a bully. At this time, no young handsome master or scholar stood up. Well, Li Jinfeng was not there at that time, so Zhang Xiaolong, a righteous bumpkin, stood up. It didn't matter if he stood up, but Zhang Kai, Zhang Xiaohu, and Zhang Xiaohua also stood up. Not to mention that it provoked Wen Wenhai and Xueqing, but it also provoked the relationship between Zhang Xiaohua and the Misty School. Perhaps Lu Qian was grateful to Wen Wenhai at that time and had some good feelings, but Xueqing next to him was a good match for Wen Wenhai. Of course, Lu Qian couldn't express it casually. Then, Lu Qian stayed in the Zhang family in order to take care of Zhang Xiaolong. Lu Qian, who lacked maternal love since she was a child, envied the warmth of the Zhang family. Zhang Xiaolong was not bad-looking. Although he lacked the influence of a scholar, he spoke well. More importantly, he had a manly spirit and dared to take responsibility. This made Lu Qian, who was a weak scholar in the family, very curious. Naturally, she had a good impression of him. Since ancient times, when a hero saved a beauty, the beauty would repay the hero with her body. This was a good story. Perhaps it was because Lu Qian had seen too many good stories from the ancient people, so she had a bold idea. Of course, Mr. Lu was against this kind of relationship. Saving a life was one thing, but getting married was another. He did not wish for his daughter to become a peasant woman. It was impossible for Mr. Lu to not have a sleepless night at that time. When he arrived at the Guizhuang house, he saw the Zhang family's dilapidated state and then looked at the Zhang family's lack of etiquette. He probably already gave Zhang Xiaolong a big red cross. It was a pity that Lu Qian was determined to pursue her own happiness. She wanted to make this marriage come true. What could Mr. Lu do? Perhaps he was thinking for his daughter, or perhaps he was learning from his own mistakes. Of course, it could also be that he was afraid that his daughter would elope with Zhang Xiaolong. Well, he had read too much about this in books, so he reluctantly agreed. The spring water of the Zhang family was, of course, a very important tool. However, thinking about it now, the spring water was just a reason for Lu Qian to persuade Mr. Lu. Similarly, this spring water was also a way for Mr. Lu to step down. It was just that this step was a little big. It was indeed a good thing. Lu Yi's love, an old saying, there was a love in front of Lu Yi's eyes, but she did not cherish it. If she knew that Zhang Xiaohu would be the big gang leader of the Misty School in the future, she would definitely choose Zhang Xiaohu if she was given another chance. However, who would know about this matter? Even Chang'e absolutely did not know about Zhang Xiaohu's future development. From Lu Yi's point of view, Zhang Xiaohu saved us, and I am grateful from the bottom of my heart. However, it was impossible for me to repay him with my body. I have my own right to love. Lu Yi's choice was not wrong. It was the choice of a pretty girl from a humble family. Her life was not wrong, and it was also happy. It was also Lu Qian's earliest choice. However, it depended on who was compared to. Lu Qian? Compared to a woman who lived in an immortal's mansion, and a woman whose son was destined to be an immortal in the future? Lu Yi's love was only a comparison of Lu Qian's love. Mr. Lu's love. There was not much in the text, but it could be seen that this love was a failure. Although Mr. Lu had literary talent, he was not good at socializing. Even if he got an official position, he would be ostracized by others, and he would not have a happy life. It was better for him to resign and go home to teach. However, this made Lu Qian's mother suffer. She was the daughter of a rich family, and she was spoiled since childhood. For the sake of her ideal love, she married Mr. Lu. She had hoped that Mr. Lu would be able to show his ambition in his career and prove her vision. However, unexpectedly, although their life in Bali village was as sweet as honey, their life was poor and the most pitiful. For Mr. Lu and Lu Qian, Miss Jiao had to work, and her body was exhausted. She died after giving birth to Lu Qian. This love showed that it was the right choice to be matched in terms of social status. If this principle was abandoned, there was a high chance that life would not be happy. I think that the text did not mention whether Lu Qian's mother regretted it, but in the end, she died of exhaustion. There must be some element of regret. Xue Qing and Wen Wenhai's love, it was the kind of love that belonged to the office. The two people in the sect were usually quiet, and neither of them expressed their feelings to the other. Neither of them could tell that the other was interested in them. Even when they went on business trips together, there was nothing ambiguous. However, it was precisely this kind of indifferent feeling that maintained the good feelings between the two of them until the company suddenly went bankrupt, and the two of them were acquired by another company. They were in the most basic and most tiring positions, suffering the supercilious looks and unfair treatment from others. So, as fellow sufferers, the indifferent good feelings gradually turned into love. This kind of situation was extremely common. The most important thing was that the original company was reorganized, and the two of them were rehired by their own apprentices as executives of the company. As a result, it was natural for them to be together. Naturally, the two of them were the disciples of the sect. The love between Peng and Yang Ruping was very tragic. To be honest, the two of them were like Romeo and Juliet. The two of them belonged to different sections. On the surface, these two sects were very close, but because of the sect's interests, there were bound to be conflicts. When this conflict became prominent, it would affect the relationship between the two. In particular, Peng was the leader of the Misty School, and Yang Ruping was the disciple of the leader of the fragrance cult. Their relationship was even more affected by the relationship between the two sects. However, when the two of them met by the sorrowless lake, they fell in love at first sight. Although their parents were against it, the two of them, like Lu Qian's mother, ignored the opposition and insisted on being together. In order not to affect her family, Yang Ruping did not ask about the matters of the Misty School. In order not to affect Peng, the two of them did not even want to have a child. But in the end, in the face of the absolute sex interests, the interests of the small family must be abandoned. One must look at the big picture and sacrifice. Thinking about Peng's feelings at that time from the perspective of others, he did not have to commit suicide at all. At worst, he could just go to the fragrance cult and be an idle son-in-law. But presumably, when Peng married Yang Ruping, he said something big, but now? He was forced by his mother-in-law, and he did not have any strength to deal with it. Of course, his heart was extremely regretful, so he died. Of course, there was another reason. Peng may not believe that Yang Ruping did not inform the fragrance cult about the secret plane, but he did not dare to confirm it for fear of destroying the love in his heart. Peng was infatuated and a good man. He wasn't sure what Yang Ruping would do after his death, but for insurance, he still handed over the disciples of the Misty sect to Yang Ruping. He believed that no matter whether Yang Ruping informed the fragrant religion about the secret plane or not, she would treat the disciples of the Misty sect well. And Yang Ruping naturally wouldn't commit suicide to follow him. In fact, what about this love? It was a tragedy, just like Romeo and Juliet. If it were not for Peng, maybe Yang Ruping would have passed the test of the refining heart cave and got the inheritance. And without Yang Ruping, maybe Peng would not commit suicide. Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e, the love of these two people was very universal. It was like a new employee in a company who admired a senior beauty in the company. Although he knew that he was not qualified to pursue, he always did not want to give up his own ideas. During the period when Zhang Xiaohua disappeared, Zhang Xiaohu returned to the Misty School to practice martial arts hard and asked Peng to find Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu must have looked for Chang'e a lot. On one hand, he reported his thoughts, and on the other hand, he talked about his pain. Women were generally soft-hearted. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu had his own family and love in his heart, and such a manly man also had such tenderness in his heart, it was easy for pity to turn into love. There must be many male disciples in the Misty School who pursued Chang'e, but they must have used their strength to show their manliness. They were all the same, and Chang'e naturally did not like them. They could not be compared to Zhang Xiaohu's twisted path. Another opportunity for Zhang Xiaohu was that when the Misty School was destroyed, he had the opportunity to be a hero and protect the beauty. The article did not mention that the Misty School was brought back by the fragrance cult, but it must have been difficult. Zhang Xiaohu must have used this opportunity to show his manly side again. Although this was similar to the male disciples in the Misty School, the timing was different. Chang'e also saw it differently, so naturally the effect was different. Therefore, Chang'e was captured by Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu and Qin Chen. Everyone said that this love was very sudden and felt incredible, but think about it again. What does it mean to say that the sister-in-law is half of the brother-in-law's but? Qin Chen followed Chang'e every day. When Zhang Xiaohu was courting Chang'e, of course, Qin Chen was listening by the side. Even later, when Chang'e and Zhang Xiaohu's relationship deepened and she sent Qin Chen away, Qin Chen must have been eavesdropping. When a young girl yearned for love, of course, she would use Zhang Xiaohu as a standard to find her other half. But if she used Zhang Xiaohu as a standard, did that not mean that she used Zhang Xiaohu as her other half? Moreover, feelings were born with time. The three of them were often together. How could Qin Chen not have feelings for Zhang Xiaohu? Also, in the novel, Zhang Xiaohua said more than once that Zhang Xiaohu and Qin Chen were senior brother and junior sister. It was said that one should guard against fire, burglars, and seniors. After the experience of the Misty School being destroyed and the process of Zhang Xiaohu protecting Chang'e and Qin Chen, this senior brother, naturally, Qin Chen fell in love with him. As for Zhang Xiaohu, it was easy for a man to have feelings for a woman. After spending a lot of time together, it was impossible for Zhang Xiaohu not to know Qin Chen's feelings. It was also because of Chang'e that Zhang Xiaohu dared not face it. However, things took a turn for the better. In Mo Xian's palace, Nan Jingyi randomly matched a couple and betrothed Ou Yan to Zhang Xiaohu. For the sake of the Misty School, Ou Yan and Zhang Xiaohu both agreed, but because Chang'e objected, Zhang Xiaohu finally went back on his word. Why did Chang'e object? It was very simple. Ou Yan was better than her in all aspects. Ou Yan was Ou Peng's biological sister. Chang'e was just an ordinary disciple of Mingxue Hall. Ou Yan's appearance was also slightly better than Chang'e's. Ou Yan could even gain the support of all the disciples of Ethereal Sect. Therefore, after Ou Yan and Zhang Xiaohu were together, even if Chang'e wanted to marry Zhang Xiaohu, she had to get Ou Yan's consent. Of course, Ou Yan would know the feelings between them and might agree. But in this way, Chang'e would be inferior to Ou Yan forever. Chang'e was very arrogant and would feel uncomfortable, so she decided to withdraw at that time. Zhang Xiaohu was sincere to Chang'e and made the decision to marry Chang'e even if he didn't want to be the gang leader. This certainly made Chang'e feel gratified, but she also saw that the non-existent relationship between Ou Yan and Zhang Xiaohu had been exposed. For the sake of his position as the gang leader, Zhang Xiaohu might have something to do with Ou Yan in the future. Moreover, Ou Yan had also agreed to be with Zhang Xiaohu at that time. She might even take the initiative to find Zhang Xiaohu in the future. Therefore, when Chang'e later heard that Zhang Xiaohu asked Qin Chen to go back to the Guozhuang house with him, she also agreed. Of course, this agreement was because she thought that Zhang Xiaohu might be sacrificed this time. In order to satisfy Zhang Xiaohu's wish, it could not be ruled out that she had been thinking about it for a long time. Chang'e was not necessarily unaware of the flirting between Zhang Xiaohu and Qin Chen, but she never said anything before Zhang Xiaohu made it clear. What about her consideration during this period of time? How to get rid of the threat, Ou Yan? How to get rid of her? The best way was to find another wife for Zhang Xiaohu, one that Zhang Xiaohu was satisfied with. Chen Chun was of course the most suitable. She had been with Chang'e since childhood and listened to everything Chang'e said. In the future, she would not pose a threat to Chang'e. Chang'e did this to tell Zhang Xiaohu, "Look, I know you and Chen Chen are close, so I let her follow you, so don't think about others anymore." As for Yen, she knew that Zhang Xiaohu had 2 wives. How could she be the second one? Therefore, Chang'e's threat was gone. This was also the reason why Chang'e agreed to Chen Chen. Zhang Xiaohua and Ye Qinyu. This love story is the most discussed in this article. It can be said that it's the main love story of Zhang Xiaohua. It's just that you don't understand love when you're in your first love. Everyone can recall how many of your first loves were able to be together. It's precisely because they couldn't be together that it's unforgettable. Then let's think about it. Back then, was this pure and sweet love just a blur in your heart? Maybe you didn't even know. This is love. Maybe it's an inadvertent glance. Maybe it's an inadvertent collision. Maybe it's a deliberate conflict between you and her. Aren't these all the manifestations of first love? However, this kind of love. Did you say it out loud back then? Presumably, most people didn't. And in the future, when you look back, it's both sweet and regretful. First love is sweet and bitter, especially for Nie Qinyu. In order to show her ability to Valley Master Nie Qinyu volunteered to go somewhere to get the key of the primordial stone. Valley Master Nie had the same idea as Openg. He thought that Nie Qinyu was a little girl and wouldn't attract attention. He just needed to quietly take out the key. Unexpectedly, she was discovered by Between the Clouds and the Water, who had been watching the Fragrance Cult and Rejuvenation Valley for a long time. They chased her all the way. At the last moment, the little girl was saved by Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua's behavior at that time was vulgar, but she had an inner beauty. Moreover, young men and women mingled along the way, and it was easy for sparks of love to appear. Not to mention our Xiaohua, who was so righteous and would accompany her from thousands of miles away. How could Nie Qinyu, who had just awakened to love for the first time, not open her heart? Nie Qinyu was extremely intelligent. She had a unique view on the love between men and women. In this aspect, she was somewhat similar to Lu Qian. Yes, it was a girl chasing a guy. Zhang Xiaohua, if you don't say anything, then fine, I will. When I say something, I won't say it clearly. I will only use some vague words and some concrete actions to express my love for you. Of course, the competition on the arena had fully demonstrated Nie Qinyu's feelings for Zhang Xiaohua. If she didn't have feelings for Zhang Xiaohua, would she be worth it to enter the wolf's den after just getting out of the fire pit? Unfortunately, on one hand, Zhang Xiaohua had dreams in her heart. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua still missed her second brother. Therefore, although she was aware of Nie Qinyu's feelings, she was as ignorant as us when we were young and didn't know how to cherish it. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little guilty in her heart. When they parted ways at Rejuvenation Valley, she couldn't help but impart the first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra to Nie Qinyu when she saw how sad she was. Of course, this way, on one hand, she had resolved their fate. On the other hand, their status had been confirmed. First love would always be the deepest memory and would never have a happy ending. Therefore, from the beginning, the two of them didn't have a happy ending. Senior brother and junior sister were already not bad. Zhang Xiaohua and Little Orange, these two actually didn't have any love to speak of. What they did have was a budding affection for Zhang Xiaohua. It was a kind of unrequited love. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua's acting was really too good. Little Orange thought that Zhang Xiaohua was just a young man from the countryside, and that Little Orange's status was more than enough for a farmer's boy. In addition, when Zhang Xiaohua appeared in a crisis, his glorious image immediately filled Little Orange's trembling heart. In addition, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the petty character of a farmer's boy. He was a refreshing new experience for Little Orange. Therefore, she couldn't help but have feelings for him. Actually, it was understandable. Although Nie Qinyu wasn't young in Rejuvenation Valley, she matured late and definitely didn't have many suitors. However, Little Orange was different. She was Nie Qianyu's personal servant. In Nie Qianyu's words, she never treated Little Orange as an outsider. If Nie Qianyu got married, Little Orange might have to follow her. If Little Orange didn't follow her, then who in Rejuvenation Valley would be more favored by Nie Qianyu? It must be Little Orange. Therefore, among the disciples and servants of Rejuvenation Valley, there must be countless people who tried to curry favor with them. Little Orange was used to seeing people trying to curry favor with them. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's attitude of not taking him seriously, he naturally had a rebellious mentality. You're just a child of a farmer's family. How dare you look down on me? I'm going to pay attention to you.
Therefore, it was still the same old saying.
The more you ignore her, the more she'll stick to you. Unfortunately, when Little Orange found out about Nie Qianyu's thoughts, she would probably be angry and shy. She couldn't snatch him away and could only avoid him. Fortunately, she was Nie Qianyu's personal servant. If she got married, she could follow them. Even if she couldn't monopolize Zhang Xiaohua, she could still get a share of the action. Therefore, while she was feeling bitter, she probably didn't want Nie Qianyu and Zhang Xiaohua to be together, but she also wanted the two of them to be together. But when Little Orange found out about Zhang Xiaohua's supernatural power, which was Zhang Xiaohua's performance in the arena, her thoughts were probably the same as when Zhang Xiaohua saw Little Orange. She embroidered mandarin ducks on her handkerchief and had some unknown dreams in her heart. She buried this unknown relationship deep in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua and Peacock, Chen Chen, these two relationships shouldn't be love. It should be Peacock and Chen Chen's feelings towards the heavenly axiom when they were pursuing it. However, if the heavenly axiom fell on Zhang Xiaohua, then it would be love and pity. Everyone remembered that in Rejuvenation Valley, when Peacock saw Zhang Xiaohua, the whole world was filled with his shadow. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua's shadow was engraved in Peacock's heart. As for Peacock, because of the Earthly Heart Sutra, she was unable to resist the temptation of the heavenly axiom. But who is Peacock? In her heart, she must be resisting her feelings towards Zhang Xiaohua, a servant from Rejuvenation Valley. It was not because she was annoyed when she heard Zhang Xiaohua calling herself a servant. If she was neither haughty nor humble, would she be pleasing to the eye? Chen Chen was the same, just not as obvious as Peacock. Although these feelings were usually not obvious, they came into play at crucial moments. Chen Chen always referred to Zhang Xiaohua as the servant, but there was something else in his heart. Peacock even mentioned Zhang Xiaohua at crucial moments. Of course, the refining heart cave pushed the relationship between the three of them to the extreme.
And
all of this was just an illusion. The three of them could never become real partners. Zhang Xiaohua was Chen Chen and Peacock's dream lover. Chen Chen and Peacock should also be Zhang Xiaohua's dream lover, whether they admit it or not. So, think about it. Does everyone have the same feelings? Zhang Xiaohua and Dream. This love story is the most important part of the story. I should have written more about it, but when I really wanted to write about it, I realized that I'd already written everything that should have been written, and everything that shouldn't have been written had already been written. Their love, in Ye's eyes, was an inexplicable thing. Was it not the result of his spell? But love was love. It came. No matter the reason, for Dream and Zhang Xiaohua, this was love, a love that was engraved in their bones. Because of the heart-binding curse, this relationship came inexplicably and strangely. It was love at first sight. This is what many readers don't understand. But there's no need to explain. When you read the end, you'll understand. What I want to say is, no matter if it's the fate of parents, love at first sight, or blind dates, as long as two people are together and have feelings for each other, it's true love. There's no need to be envious of other people's forms of love, because love comes in strange ways. Yu Mingxin and Yang Haoya, a fallen cultivator who tasted the sweetness of love. She felt that she had found the essence of life. For the sake of her lover, She stayed by his side. This was a kind of attitude, a kind of persistence, and also a kind of price. Because she fell in love with someone she shouldn't have. And the other person, when he fell in love, he actually reined in the horse at the edge of the cliff, suddenly realized, and went to pursue his path of immortality. Unfortunately, the person he found was the devil's Sakura, so it was destined that there would be no ending. Sure enough, the ending was that Yang Haoya regretted it, but what was the use of regret? He was already a heartless man. This love was, of course, born from White Lady and Su Xian. Oh right, Yang Haoya and Yu Mingxin's love. There's also an outer chapter, Yuewiya. Qijian, http://www. com/book2002087. ASPX. Those who are interested can go and take a look. It's a very realistic love. Okay, I've thrown a brick to attract jade. The story of the cultivation god has finally come to an end. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Com to vote. Chapter 1225. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, in the dense forest of Wuzhua Peak, heavy snow fell from the sky like goose feathers. Not only did it cover Five Claw Peak with a thick layer of snow, but everything in the dense forest was also covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. It was impossible to distinguish the outlines of the objects. Only in the forest, in front of the hut, in the steaming hot lake, the boiling water was still making gullilu sounds. Boiling bubbles emerged from the bottom of the lake and rushed to the surface of the water. Countless water vapor rose slowly. In the hot lake, which could boil an egg, a monster with a flat head and a slender neck was swimming freely. However, today the monster was different from the past. It looked at the east side of the lake from time to time. In the east, near the shore, there was a golden light that was shining. The light split the hot spring water, revealing a flight of stairs that went straight from the shore to the bottom of the lake. At the end of the stairs, there was a huge and irregular magic array that occupied the entire bottom of the lake. At this time, several people were standing outside the magic array. The person in the front was thin and tall, with slender eyes and a high-nose bridge. He was carrying a sword embryo in his hand. On his left and right shoulders stood a black puppy and a yellow marten. Needless to say, this person was Zhang Xiaohua, the headmaster of Beta's school. Next to him was Zhang Xiaohu, who had a strong back and a bare waist and a stern expression. Next to Zhang Xiaohu were Chang'e and Qinchen. A little further away from Zhang Xiaohua, there was a beautiful woman whose eyes were full of reluctance. She bit her lips from time to time, and her eyes did not leave Zhang Xiaohua for a moment. It was Nie Qinyu. Next to Nie Qinyu was Zhang Pinger, who was holding Nie Qinyu's hand. Her face was cold, but her eyes were also full of reluctance. Further to the side, Xiaohua Ji stood with her hands down, holding a little boy in her hand. The little boy was about 4 or 5 years old, with big black eyes. He was curiously staring at the strange magic array in front of him. Ha ha, I finally understand why Sakura didn't allow the 4 sects of the immortal Tao to enter the secret plane. Zhang Xiaohua stared at the array in front of her. She had long released her divine sense to check the array before she raised her head and said with a smile, "So this is the transmission array." Sakura had repaired it long ago. She was afraid that the disciples of the Tao of Immortals would destroy the transmission array after they came in, right? Then, he pointed at the 9 empty grooves in the magic array and said thoughtfully, "She probably didn't find the right primordial stones to activate the teleportation array. So, she's been staying here all this time, thinking of using the blood sacrifice method to leave." Then he raised his head and looked at the sky that was split by the brilliance. He said sadly, "If Meng hadn't told me the location of the jade slip, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to enter this secret place. Senior Brother Sect Leader's cultivation is superb. Without the jade slip, we won't be able to enter the secret plane this year. But we will be able to enter in the future." Nie Qinyu said with a smile. "Nie Suyu, you don't understand." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly. "This secret plane is an ancient magic array. I can't break it in a short time. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua, who hadn't smiled for a whole year, smiled, Nie Qianyu was overjoyed and didn't refute. Xiaohua, are you really leaving? Zhang Xiaohu asked beside her. Yes, I'm leaving. Zhang Xiaohua looked around at the crowd and said with an unusually firm tone. In fact, Meng has died. There are still many people here who you should care about. You should also have a new life. Chang'e said beside her. Although you said that you saw Meng and you separated, and went into a crack. But Meng is gone after all. Even if you leave here, where can you find her? Chen Chen, who had always been silent, said reproachfully, if you leave like this, it's better to say that you're escaping than searching. What's lost has been lost. If you can't go back in time, you should cherish the things around you and don't let the people around you be sad. This is the truth. Do you have to wait until you lose it again before you know how to cherish it? After hearing Chen Chen's words, Nie Qianyu and Zhang Xiaohua both blushed. However, they knew that this was not the time to be shy. They first lowered their heads, then forced themselves to raise half of their faces and look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned at first, then looked up at them with a trace of gentleness in her eyes. She said with a smile, Sister-in-law, although I'm stupid, I still know these principles. Meng is gone and has been separated from us. And the conjoined curse has been broken with the death of Sakura. Everything before it, alas, it can only be a dream. But after all, it's a feeling, a kind of love. I can't regard it as a kind of nothingness like Sakura. There's a saying in ancient times, once you've crossed the sea, you can't see water. This saying may be right or wrong, but there's some truth in it. I'm afraid I still need time. Zhang Xiaohu stepped forward and looked at the array. He was a little puzzled. If you want time, we'll give you time. But why do you want to leave here? What ruins are you going to go to? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Second brother, you don't understand. You've just stepped on the path of immortality for more than a year, so you don't know too many things about it. Alas, to be honest, half a year ago, I've practiced the mental cultivation method of Beta School to the extreme and reached the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm.
Ah?
So powerful? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned, and then he was a little puzzled. My Misty School's mental cultivation method seems to only have 12 hurdles. Why is your Beta School so special? Everyone's fate is different, so the cultivation method of each school is naturally different. Zhang Xiaohua was very proud of the fact that her Beta School's cultivation method had 6 more hurdles, but after reaching the peak of Lianqi realm, my cultivation hasn't improved at all in the past 6 months, not even a little bit. Senior brother sect master. Zhang Pinger said timidly, disciple is the same. I've been stuck at the first hurdle of Lianqi realm for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She waved her hand and said, progress in cultivation requires the accumulation of time. You've just cultivated to the first hurdle of Lianqi realm. Without a few years of accumulation, how can you reach the second hurdle? Moreover, you're different from me. You may feel like you haven't improved, but your true qi has always been tempered, and your cultivation has also been advancing step by step. I'm very clear about this. But Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and sighed. My cultivation is like a frozen block of ice. It hasn't improved at all. But Xiaohua, your cultivation is already at the top of the Zhenghu. Not to mention our Misty School. Even the Dalan Temple's great master Zhan Hui, the cult of Fragrance's Peacock, and the Shendao sects by Yanqiu are far inferior to you in terms of cultivation. Why do you need to seek a higher cultivation? Zhang Xiaohu asked in confusion. Heaven's way. Eternal life. Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation. Although Sakura's behavior is very despicable, what she said is reasonable. Immortality is the ultimate goal that we cultivators of the immortal Tao pursue. Only through cultivation can we obtain eternal life. That is the true essence of cultivation. Speaking until here, Zhang Xiaohu felt even more puzzled. With a look of disappointment, he pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, you really don't know how to be content. You're guarding the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. As long as you gradually refine the mansion guarding spirit steel, Do you still have to worry about not being able to control the immortal mansion? Even you yourself said that you can only use the area used by the servants in the immortal mansion. If you open the other 9 colored pavilions, don't tell me you still can't find the method to cultivate to eternal life? Second brother, what you said is very true. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. This Yaoshan immortal mansion has a lot of secrets. As long as I can control it, there will definitely be a method to achieve eternal life. But I can't do anything about this mansion guarding spirit steel. If my cultivation doesn't become stronger, I will never be able to control the mansion guarding spirit steel. Then I will never be able to find the method to achieve eternal life. If when my lifespan ends, my cultivation still can't improve, won't I become a pitiful thing that starves to death while guarding a golden mountain? Second brother, I only thought of this when I saw this Yaoshan immortal mansion. Since we have an immortal mansion here, then the ruins where Sakura and the others came from must also have an immortal mansion. And in our Jianghu, the qi of heaven and earth is gradually recovering. Spiritual herbs and other things are very scarce, so it's not enough to support my cultivation. And in the ruins, I think it's just like what Senior Yu Mingxin said. There's a real cultivation world and a real immortal mansion. What you said is right, but when father and mother are here, don't travel far. This is an ancient rule. Mother is very worried when you leave the Guizhuang house. Moreover, you want to use the teleportation formation to go to some ruins? Zhang Xiaohu mentioned Zhang Kai and Guisufei, who were in the immortal mansion. Hearing her mother and father being mentioned, Zhang Xiaohua was silent for a while. Then she said with a slightly hoarse voice, "It's because I'm afraid that mother and father will be worried that I didn't let them come. Actually, second brother, the reason I left this place to go to the illusory ruins is also because of mother and father." Zhang Xiaohu frowned. "Do you know? Second brother, when grandmother left, my heart was in so much pain. I wanted to reach out and hold her back, but she still left with me. No one could hold her back. Even if I were 100 times more powerful than I am now, I still wouldn't be able to hold grandmother's eyes as she passed away. Didn't you hear what Di Shirtian said? In the cultivation world, there are elixirs that can make one live forever. Even if mother and father don't cultivate and can't live forever, if I can find an elixir that can make them live forever, then I can also keep mother and father by our side. After seeing the separation of life and death, I really don't want to let the family by my side leave me." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky, her tone full of determination. "But Xiaohua, how long will you leave?" Chang'e asked with concern. "If mother and father ask, what should we say? Who knows how long it will be? Maybe a few days, maybe a few years." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the strange array and said blankly, "What's on the other side of the transmission array? What's it like? For so many years, no one has come here, and no one has gone there. Everything is unknown. Alas, if father and mother ask, just say that I'm in seclusion. Hee, second brother and second sister-in-law, don't worry. I've already used all of my divine sense and left a divine sense imprint here. When I find an elixir or a cultivation method, I'll come back immediately. And even if I can't find it, I'll come back in time. It won't be too long." Then, he turned to look at Nie Qinyu and said with a smile, "Nie Qinyu, while I'm gone, the beta school will be in your hands. Although you're the eldest senior sister, you're not as experienced as Oyen. If you have any questions, ask her. Also, the beta school won't be involved in the matters of the Jianghu. Leave it all to the Misty School." Right, Xiaohua, speaking of which, I still have to ask. Last year, you promised the Misty School that you'd help 3 of my disciples enter the path of immortality every year, but this year, none of the 3 people entered the path of immortality. If you find any elixir or spiritual herbs in the ruins, don't forget the Misty School." Zhang Xiaohu thought of something and quickly said, I thought second brother wouldn't mention this." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "I did agree to the cooperation on behalf of the Beta School, but entering the path of immortality requires luck and resources. My beta school has a spirit gathering array that can provide certain conditions for entering the path of immortality. However, this isn't the only condition for entering the path of immortality. Their aptitude isn't enough, and my Peiyuan pill isn't enough. They stayed in the spirit gathering array for 50 days and still couldn't sense the qi of heaven and earth. How could they enter the path of immortality? If 50 days isn't enough, then 100 days. Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said,
Puffed. Zhang Xiaohua laughed.
You're really shameless. Other people pass on the incense cult's inheritance for 18 days, but your disciples stayed there for 50 days. You still have the nerve to say that. Sai, let's not talk about your Misty School's disciples. If it weren't for the Peiyuan pill, even my disciples wouldn't be able to sense the qi of heaven and earth so easily. That's right, this Peiyuan pill is still very important. Zhang Xiaohu took the opportunity to say, my Misty School can't provide the spiritual herbs needed to refine the Peiyuan pill. This time, you can go out and take a look. Also, bring some seeds back. After my Misty School plants them, I'll let you refine the Peiyuan pill. I know, second brother. This is also one of the reasons why I went out. The qi of heaven and earth here is too scarce. If there aren't enough spiritual herbs, it would be really difficult to enter the path of immortality. Sai, after talking for so long, I still don't know if this transmission array can be used. Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward. There must be difficult conditions to activate it. Otherwise, Di Shirtian would have left long ago. Master, Ji Xiaohua, who hadn't spoken until now, opened her mouth.
Oh,
What's the matter?
Xiaohua.
Zhang Xiaohua called out, Xiaohua very smoothly. Master, be careful. If there's anything wrong over there, come back immediately. Ji Xiaohua said, with concern. And, Master knows. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. The 9 grooves on the transmission array were quite big, about the size of 2 fists. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it, stretched out her hand, and took out the primordial stones that she usually used for cultivation. Then she took out a few pieces from the crouching ox stone and placed them in the 9 grooves. Then she took out a jade slip, released her divine sense, and carefully looked at it. She closed her eyes and pondered for a long time. Then she turned her head and waved her hand. Everyone stand back. After everyone left, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath, and her 10 fingers continuously flicked out. One after another, simple to complicated spells were cast on the transmission array. As the spells were cast, the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body poured out into the transmission array. The 9 primordial stones on the transmission array gradually emitted a pale golden brilliance. This brilliance became bigger and brighter and gradually connected along the transmission array. Buzz, buzz, the entire transmission array flourished with brilliance. That brilliance suddenly rose from the ground and gathered together in the air, forming a spherical light screen. And in the light screen, the transmission array on the ground had completely disappeared. That's strange. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat glad, but also somewhat confused. It seemed that this transmission array was very easy to start. Although it consumed a lot of true qi and a lot of divine sense, Sakura's cultivation was profound, which was far from what Zhang Xiaohua could reach. Since Zhang Xiaohua could start it, there was no reason why Sakura couldn't start it. Could it be these primordial stones? Zhang Xiaohua frowned, looking at the 9 primordial stones that had disappeared into the transmission array on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua cultivated from the 1st level of qi refining to the 18th level of qi refining, didn't use many primordial stones, but this transmission array used 9 primordial stones at once, which was quite big. The jade slip said that all the primordial stones' primordial qi must be stimulated to make the transmission array play its greatest role. But it didn't mention anything about primordial stones. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled, but since he had already started the transmission array, he had no reason to doubt the method of this jade slip. After all, Sakura had left it for himself to use, and Sakura also didn't know that this jade slip would fall into Zhang Xiaohua's hands. With a wave of his hand, the transmission array's light screen revealed a small gap. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept through, and seeing that there was no danger inside, he was about to walk in. Be careful, Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua reminded, and it's nothing, there seems to be nothing inside. Zhang Xiaohua said and walked in. Sure enough, the transmission array's light screen was rapidly rotating, covering everything. It was different from the calmness seen from the outside. That buzzing sound was emitted from the rotating light screen. Along with the buzzing sound of the rotating light screen, there were gradually some colorful scattered lights on the light screen, and following that scattered light, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be able to see some images inside, but when he looked again carefully, those images disappeared again. Little Black and Little Yellow jumped around on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, looking very excited. After nearly a year of intimacy, the two little things were no longer afraid of Zhang Xiaohua's aura. Looking at it with his naked eyes and divine sense for a while, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the transmission array. Can it be used? Zhang Xiaohu asked with concern, and the others also looked at it without blinking. I'm not sure, but it should be possible. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head slightly. This can only be known after the last incantation is inserted. Forget it. Let's not play. Xiaohua, let's just go home. Who knows if Di Shirtian did anything to this thing? Zhang Xiaohu persuaded. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything and reached his hand into the money bag, taking out the mansion-guarding spirit steel. This spirit steel was the same as a year ago, only there was a faint golden color on it. Here, Byron, you take this spirit steel first. Zhang Byron was already sensible at this time, and very cleverly took it, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. Remember, this mansion-guarding spirit steel can only be used by you, no one else. Zhang Xiaohua said solemnly. Yes, master. Zhang Byron nodded, but immediately asked, but what if father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, and second uncle want it? Don't worry, they won't ask you for it. Zhang Xiaohua patted his head and said, those who can enter and leave Yaoshan Immortal Mansion now can also enter and leave in the future. Those who can't enter and leave now can enter and leave before I come back. If you don't know who to let in, you can ask your father and mother first. If your father and mother don't know, then ask your second uncle. However, you have to remember, you are a disciple of Beta School, not a disciple of Misty School. Saying this, Zhang Xiaohua glanced at Zhang Xiaohu. That can't be right, Xiaohua. Can I still covet your Beta School? Zhang Xiaohu sweated profusely. Of course you won't, but you can't guarantee your subordinates. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. All right, I've been defeated by you. Zhang Xiaohu also shook his head. Actually, it's not a big deal. I'm just giving you detailed instructions. Maybe I'll go take a look, find nothing, and come back immediately. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and comforted Zhang Xiaohu's hurt heart. Think about it. What else have you not told us? Zhang Xiaohua looked around and asked. Senior brother sect master, actually eternal life isn't that important. Even the elixirs for immortality for the elders aren't that important. What they want is for the juniors to stay by their side. Niaqianyu's tears of parting slowly flowed out. She had an extremely bad premonition, so she tried to persuade them to stay again. Sigh, although the elders think this way, as a junior, I still hope to do as much as possible. Although a short parting is sad, it will be exchanged for a longer reunion. For this reunion, parting is worth it. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Take care, senior brother. Zhang Pinger's tears also swayed in her eyes. She knew that although Zhang Xiaohua said it well, if they didn't find any elixirs, they might not be able to come back. Moreover, there was an unknown place over there. How could she not be worried?
Practice well.
In fact, I'm also exploring myself. I hope that when I come back, you'll all be at the peak of the qi refining realm. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and looked at everyone deeply. Then she turned and walked into the transmission array. Be careful, Xiaohua. Come back early. Father and mother are waiting for you. Chang'e and Chun Chen also reminded her. Well, I will. You should also be careful. If anything happens to the Misty Peak, just go to Yaoshan. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Byron will open the door for you. Well, I'm leaving. Second brother, take them up the stairs and go to the lake. Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the teleportation formation's light screen, holding the great wisdom sword in his hand. Little Black and Little Yellow jumped on his shoulders. Finally, he waved his hand, and then, with a hand seal, the light screen closed. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the transmission array and waited for a moment. She felt that everyone had gone out. Then she took a deep breath and used the last incantation. She firmly remembered what was written in the jade slip. She sent all the qi in her body into the incantation and stimulated the qi of heaven and earth from the 9 primordial stones.
Boom.
As Zhang Xiaohua cast his spell, there was a loud rumbling sound. Then, the light screen in the teleportation formation spun even faster than before, increasing its speed by an infinite amount. Buzz! Zhang Xiaohua heard a huge vibration, and the transmission array suddenly stopped. Then, a huge pressure came from all around. This pressure was incomparably huge. It was something that Zhang Xiaohua had never encountered before. When the pressure pressed on her body, Zhang Xiaohua only felt a roar in her ears, and her vision turned black. She actually fainted. This is Sakra's trap. Zhang Xiaohua's only thought before she fainted. After Zhang Xiaohua fainted, a bright light flashed. Zhang Xiaohua's figure and the 2 little things on her shoulders who also fainted, along with the great wisdom sword in her hand, suddenly disappeared. Poor Zhang Xiaohua. What Sakura recorded in the jade slip was of course correct. However, the transmission array, especially the long-distance transmission array in this dense forest, had a huge pressure during transmission. This kind of pressure could only be resisted by those with profound cultivation. Otherwise, they could only use some specially refined talisman. For a cultivator like Zhang Xiaohua, who is only at the qi refining stage, if she didn't use a talisman and directly used the transmission array, she wouldn't be crushed into a meat patty on the spot and only fainted. It was still convenient for Zhang Xiaohua. However, at the same time when Zhang Xiaohua's figure disappeared, a strange change suddenly occurred. The brilliance that should have disappeared didn't disappear. Instead, it became even more resplendent. All the brilliance poured in from the place where Zhang Xiaohua disappeared. Immediately after, the entire transmission array shook violently. In a flash, an incomparably brilliant light flashed, followed by a loud thunderclap. The entire transmission array was instantly shattered into pieces, and the brilliance that shrouded the entire bottom of the lake also dissipated. That violent explosion shook the scalding lake water into the air. With a hoo sound, the monster that was still leisurely cruising in the lake immediately flew into the air and looked at the lake's surface with astonishment. Everyone at the lakeside was originally nervous as they kept staring at the spherical light screen of the transmission array at the bottom of the lake. Everyone first saw the brilliance flash at the bottom of the lake, revealing the empty transmission array. They thought that Zhang Xiaohua had been successfully transmitted away, but when the brilliance appeared again, they felt that something was wrong. Now that they saw the brilliance and the explosion, as well as the lake water splashing everywhere, they all knew that something was wrong. Ignoring the scalding lake water, they all rushed forward together. Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu even used the ethereal steps and flashed across the lake water. He saw the ruins at the bottom of the lake after the explosion, but he didn't see any trace of Zhang Xiaohua. This is bad. Just now, I clearly saw Xiaohua being transmitted away. There was nothing in the transmission array, and then there was an explosion. Could it be that something went wrong after Xiaohua was transmitted away? Then, will something happen to Xiaohua? Changguo also asked from the side. How would I know? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. I hope that Xiaohua has already left. But, gang leader Zhang, this transmission array has already been destroyed. My sect leader's senior brother. How can he come back again? Nie Qianyu was attentive and had already thought of this. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Isn't that right? Zhang Xiaohu slapped his forehead and shouted, I forgot that this transmission array seems to be the only transmission array from the ruins to here. This array has been destroyed. How can Xiahua come back again? How can I explain this to father and mother? This must be that Sakra's conspiracy again. Zhang Pinger gritted her teeth and said. Everyone nodded their heads when they were sad. Poor Sakra, he was wronged by everyone again this time. This long-distance transmission array naturally had to activate all the vitality of the supreme-grade primordial stones, but how could the primordial stones in Zhang Xiaohua's purse be ordinary supreme-grade primordial stones? Those were the primordial stones that accompanied the bracelet. The amount of vitality of heaven and earth in them was simply immeasurable. Zhang Xiahua didn't know this and only released the vitality of the 9 pieces of primordial stones. How could the transmission array withstand it? Just at this moment, Zhang Byron suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky where the snowflakes came from with his dark eyes. Second uncle, look. Zhang Byron's eyes were filled with fear. He hurriedly shouted, and his little hand also pointed to the sky. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaohu's mind was still unsettled. He looked up at the sky, only to see that in the sky, the snowflakes were coming towards them, blocking everyone's line of sight. The misty sky was densely covered with red clouds, and they couldn't see anything clearly. Nothing? Not only Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled, but everyone also had the same thought. But just when everyone was puzzled, a bright brilliance was born from the sky. After a few flashes, it expanded, and the golden brilliance expanded rapidly. In just a few breaths, the entire sky was covered with golden rays. Not only everyone's faces were golden, even the falling snowflakes were inlaid with golden edges. There was a loud bang, followed by the sizzling sound of lightning. Amidst the lightning, there was a rumbling sound of thunder. The lightning and thunder struck the golden ball of light in the sky one after another. Boom. In a few seconds, the golden ball of light suddenly shrank. When it shrank to the height of a person, it solidified again. The center of the ball of light gradually dimmed and gradually became transparent. Not long after, it formed a rotating passage in the middle of the ball of light. Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his eyes. When he looked again, another golden speck of light flashed from the end of the passage and flew towards them. The golden speck of light fell into everyone's eyes, reflecting a sense of confusion. But in Zhang Byron's eyes, it was full of fear. Second uncle, run. Zhang Byron shouted and reached out to grab Zhang Xiaohu's sleeve, trying to pull Zhang Xiaohu away. What's wrong? Byron, can you see what this is? Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and couldn't help but ask. However, just as he asked this question, the golden spot of light had already passed through the seemingly long and deep golden passageway and flew into the snowy world. At this time, everyone could see clearly that this speck of light was a golden human figure. As for the face, the body was covered by the golden, flashing light, so they couldn't see it at all. The golden human figure stopped in the air and paused for a moment. An overwhelming pressure spread out in all directions. Zhang Xiaohu and the others who were close to this figure immediately felt a sense of fear, a sense of obedience, a sense of worship, and a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone couldn't help but take a few steps forward. Their eyes looked at the sky as if it was a god, as if it was a supreme existence that ruled over everything. Then, the golden human figure raised its hand to the sky. No one saw anything, but in the sky, a ripple visible to the naked eye appeared. This ripple rippled and spread across the entire sky. And wherever this ripple went, the red clouds in the sky disappeared bit by bit. The falling snow also melted piece by piece. Not long after, the entire sky was clear and a bright red sun hung in the east. Zhang Xiaohu and the others were completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this the legendary immortal? Just as everyone was puzzled and frightened, the golden human figure seemed to have noticed the dense forest and the people in the dense forest. In the blink of an eye, the golden human figure disappeared from the sky and appeared above Zhang Xiaohu and the others. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. Ignoring the innate fear in his heart, he took half a step forward and stretched out his hand to shield everyone behind him. Seeing this, the golden human figure stood steadily, as if the people in front of it were ants. You.
Who are you?
You.
What do you want?
Zhang Xiaohu asked in a trembling voice. The golden human figure didn't speak at all, and didn't move at all. The golden light on the human figure gradually dimmed. As the golden light disappeared, the person's appearance was revealed. Ah? You. Not only Zhang Xiaohu, but even Chang'e, Nie Qinyu, and the others were shocked and in disbelief. Chapter 12:26. At the center of the Dawn Rain continent, there was a place with beautiful scenery. It was precisely a continuous range of mountains and a dense forest. In this place that was like a paradise, there had been countless stories and legends of immortals and ghosts for thousands of years. Unfortunately, this seemingly empty and picturesque place had an extremely tacky name, Yellow Flower Ridge. Yellow Flower Ridge, although it sounded tacky, it couldn't hide the fact that it was famous because of immortals. In the vast, low-lying area between the mountains and plains of Yellow Flower Ridge, there was a thick white fog that couldn't be dispersed by the wind. It blocked the path of ordinary people who went up the mountain in search of immortals, so people didn't know the truth behind the white fog. But this mysterious fog cut off the path of ordinary people's feet, but it couldn't cut off the path in their hearts. Therefore, stories about mountains, rivers, immortals, and demons were passed down one after another, generation after generation. The more they were passed down, the more mysterious they became. The stories in the mouths of ordinary people were mostly made up to express their beautiful wishes. But what the villagers near Yellow Flower Ridge didn't know was that in Yellow Flower Ridge, there really was a real cultivation sect. The name of this cultivation sect was the opposite of the tacky name of Yellow Flower Ridge. Not only was it mysterious, but it was also puzzling. This name was Shang Huaming. There was no way to verify how Shang Huaming got its name. Even the 36th generation head of Shang Huaming, Xiao Yuehong, had flipped through all the ancient records in the sect out of boredom, but couldn't find a single word about it. As for why Xiao Yuehong was so bored, perhaps one could understand the reason, just by looking at Xiao Yuehong now. It was afternoon, and the sun had already moved to the southwest. Xiao Yuehong was on a high mountain in Shang Huaming's Yellow Flower Ridge. He wasn't practicing any martial arts. Instead, he was squinting his eyes and lying on his back on a small boat-shaped magic tool. The magic tool floated in the air above the high mountain. As the sun moved farther away, it gradually changed its angle and position so that Xiao Yuehong's entire body could be completely bathed in the warm sunlight. Since the sect leader of a cultivation sect had so much free time, it wouldn't be strange for him to rummage through chests and cabinets to find the origin of his sect's name. Xiao Yuehong, who was basking in the sun, suddenly opened his eyes. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at the mountain peak to the west. He smacked his lips and muttered with a very helpless expression, "AI, this child, use magic power. Although you're very stupid, you're still a first layer or a refining cultivator. If you can use magic power, then use magic power. Why use strength?" Just as he was mumbling to himself, a loud rumbling sound came from the west side of the mountain. It seemed to be the sound of boulders crashing into each other. Fortunately, Yellow Flower Ridge has my mountain protecting Grand Array. Otherwise, who wouldn't know that there's someone on the mountain with you causing trouble every day? Sigh, isn't it just opening up a medicinal field? Is it worth such a big commotion? Xiao Yuehong turned over, letting the sun shine on him more fully. Just as he was about to close his eyes, they suddenly flashed again. He looked to the east and said curiously, "Strange. How come it's not night yet? How come the three of them are already back?" The child Xiao Yuehong spoke of was Shang Huaming, a boy who was responsible for planting medicinal herbs, refining pills, and all the miscellaneous tasks of the sect. This boy was about 18 years old, and his name was Xiao Hua. Xiao Yuehong picked up Xiao Hua outside Yellow Flower Ridge 3 years ago. At that time, he was unconscious and seemed to be on the verge of death. Xiao Yuehong examined him for a long time, but he couldn't find where he was injured. There was an extremely deep scar on his left palm, and his body was smooth like silk. Moreover, Xiao Yuehong didn't know if he was suffering from some serious illness. Since he couldn't like him, he could only bring him to Yellow Flower Ridge. The strange thing was that Xiao Yuehong didn't do anything. After a day and a night, Xiao Hua woke up on his own. However, after waking up, Xiao Hua forgot who he was, where he came from, where he was going, etc. He completely forgot everything that he should know. Xiao Yuehong originally wanted to send Xiao Hua down the mountain, but seeing that Xiao Hua was very strong and also knew some farm work, and that Shang Huaming still lacked a disciple to do odd jobs, Xiao Yuehong kept him. Because Xiao Hua didn't know his name, Xiao Yuehong gave him the name Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had been with Shang Huaming for 3 years. At first, Xiao Yuehong was still wary and secretly paid attention to him, afraid that he was a spy sent by other sections. However, after half a year of observation, there were no clues at all. Xiao Yuehong was originally lazy, so he didn't investigate further. Half a year later, Xiao Yuehong began to let Xiao Hua do odd jobs while he began to take over the matters of the medicine garden and the alchemy room. These things all required spiritual power, so Xiao Yuehong began to consider accepting Xiao Hua as his disciple. However, Xiao Hua's aptitude. Xiao Yuehong didn't know if it was poor or outstanding. Xiao Hua had only been taught the first layer of Shang Huaming's secret cultivation method by Xiao Yuehong for the first time, and his meridians and lower dantian had the first strand of true qi. At that time, Xiao Yuehong was pleasantly surprised, thinking that he had picked up a treasure for no reason. He almost went to Shang Huaming's ancestral hall to worship the ancestors and kowtowed to thank them for being above the 9th heaven. However, there was a rule in the cultivation world of the Xiaoyu continent. The third layer of qi refining was the dividing line. Before the third layer of qi refining, one was an apprentice disciple of the sect. Only after passing the third layer of qi refining could one be officially accepted into the sect and be counted as an official disciple of the sect. Therefore, Xiao Yuehong restrained the ecstasy in his heart and increased the effort of cultivating Xiao Hua. He wanted to raise Xiao Hua's cultivation to the third layer of qi refining as soon as possible and bring him to the ancestral hall to worship and officially accept him as Shang Huaming's disciple. However, the development of the situation later exceeded Xiao Yuehong's expectations. Xiao Hua, his cultivation had actually remained at the first layer of qi refining. No matter what spirit pills he took, no matter what secret cultivation method Xiao Yuehong used, Xiao Hua's magic power constantly increased, but Shang Huaming's cultivation method just didn't increase. Xiao Yuehong worked hard for another year. The amount of energy and pills he spent on Xiao Hua was almost the same as the other disciples, but he still didn't see any results. Only then did he have no choice but to stop. After all, the same amount of energy was enough to let the other disciples, and, that is, the 3 of them in Xiao Yuehong's words, advance to the 10th layer of qi refining. Therefore, Xiao Hua could only be regarded as Shang Huaming's half a disciple. If this half a disciple came from other sects, wouldn't he have long been reduced to a handyman, or directly crippled of his cultivation and driven out of the sect? However, Xiao Hua was personally picked up by Xiao Yuehong. Although he was a bit older, his name was also given by Xiao Yuehong. Furthermore, Xiao Yuehong was the one who taught Xiao Hua from knowing nothing to the first level of qi refining. Xiao Yuehong couldn't bear to banish Xiao Hua. Although he didn't receive the treatment of an official disciple, he didn't treat him unfairly in the slightest. And needless to say, Xiao Hua was very diligent. The medicine garden, the pill room, and the sex chores were all taken care of by him. He did more than 10 people combined. The 3 disciples Xiao Yuehong spoke of were the eldest disciple Gong Mingwei, the second disciple Zhang Qingxiao, and Xiao Yuehong's daughter Xiao Xinrui. Today was the day when the various cultivation sects in the country of Xi changed their markets. Xiao Yuehong was too lazy to go himself, So he sent his 3 disciples to carry Yellow Flower Ridge's unique spirit herbs and Shang Huaming's own medicinal pills to trade with other sects in exchange for medicinal pills, spirit stones, and other items used by cultivators for cultivation. Gong Mingwei and the others rarely went down the mountain. The changing market was a rare opportunity, and it was also a good opportunity to meet other cultivators. In the past, when they went out, they would only come back at night. Now that they returned so early, it was no wonder that Xiao Yuehong found it strange. Far away from Yellow Flower Ridge, outside the white fog that never dissipated, 3 streaks of light landed on the ground. 2 men and a woman flashed out. On the left were 2 men, one tall and one short, about 27 or 28 years old. They supported each other. The tall man wore a navy blue Taoist robe. His face was pale and thin, and his eyes were bright, and thick eyebrows made him look extremely energetic. However, at this moment, there were dark circles under his eyes. There was a slanted scar on his left cheek, and the corner of his mouth was also broken. Looking at his body, his navy blue Taoist robe had a large cut at the waist by a sharp weapon, revealing his white inner robe. There were also dark red bloodstains on the inner robe, indicating that he had suffered external injuries. This man was Shang Huaming's eldest disciple, Gong Mingwei. The slightly shorter man had a round face and a slightly plump body. He had small eyes on his face, faint eyebrows, and a few small dots scattered on his right cheek. Needless to say, this person was Shang Huaming's second disciple, Zhang Qingxiao. At this moment, he looked even more miserable than Gong Mingwei, who was supporting him. Zhang Qingxiao's hairband had been shaved off, and his hair was loose and messy, covering his face. His lips were swollen, and there were some dried blood stains on his nose. His arms and legs were stained with blood. What's more, his left leg was slightly raised, and when Gong Mingwei occasionally touched it, a pained expression appeared on his face. When he fell from the sky and landed on the ground, his body tilted and he almost couldn't stand. The woman on the right was Xiao Yuehong's beloved daughter, Xiao Xianrui. She was also about 25 or 26 years old, with almond-shaped eyes, willow-shaped eyebrows, and a tall nose. She was quite pretty, and although there was some dust on her body, there were no bloodstains or injuries. However, at this moment, Xiao Xianrui's face was deathly pale, and there was anger and unyielding in her eyes. Her teeth were tightly clenched on her lips, and it seemed that she hadn't calmed down yet. Seeing that the short and fat Zhang Qingxiao couldn't stand steadily, the woman quickly supported him and whispered, "Second senior brother, are you okay?" When Zhang Qingxiao heard this, a sweet smile appeared on his face, and he said, I'm fine. It's just a superficial wound." When Gong Mingwei heard this, he snorted coldly. The smile on Zhang Qingxiao's face immediately disappeared, and he revealed a pitiful look. Gong Mingwei said, "What do you mean by fine? You were bleeding the whole way." If you hadn't exchanged the Wu Xian pill for something useless, your external wound would have been healed long ago. Chapter 12:27. Looking at Xiao Xianrui, who was blushing and embarrassed, Zhang Qingxiao squeezed out a smile and said, "But, senior brother, that little thing is really fun. When you use your magic power, a 5-colored phoenix appears. Even I am enchanted by it. Not to mention junior sister, I think it's worth exchanging those Wu Song pills for that thing. And Wu Song pills, we can ask Master to refine more. If we miss this trade, we don't know if we'll get another chance. It's all my fault, senior brother. I shouldn't have been so stubborn and insisted on buying the Phoenix illusion," Xiao Xianrui said with a frown. "Sigh, I didn't blame you. If we had met the disciples of the 10,000 Poison sect, we wouldn't have needed the Wu Song pills. I'm just saying that if we had kept 2 pills, we wouldn't have had to be so restrained." But that scholar saw that junior sister liked it and insisted on increasing the price. Zhang Qingxiao argued. He said it was some ancient divine object, and the idiot from 100 Herbs sect also followed. Forget it, don't talk about it. Let's explain it to Master. Gong Mingwei was too lazy to say anything more. Junior sister, open the array. Hearing the words, idiot from the 100 Herbs sect, Xiao Xinrui's eyes flashed. Yes, senior brother. Xiao Xinrui came to her senses. She quickly took out a round bead from her bosom and held it in her hand. The bead immediately emitted a dim brilliance. Xiao Xinrui looked at the bead, turned around and whispered, "There is no one following us. There is no one within 1,000 feet." Gong Mingwei nodded slightly. Immediately, Xiao Xinrui patted her waist and took out a yellow talisman from a small gray bag. She closed her eyes for a moment, and the yellow talisman emitted a faint brilliance. Then, Xiao Xinrui patted her hand and stuck the yellow talisman on the white fog. A magical scene appeared. The place where the yellow talisman was stuck, the white fog retreated, revealing a passage about the height of a person in the middle. Seeing this, Xiao Xinrui nodded to Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao and went in first. Behind her, Gong Mingwei supported the limping Zhang Qingxiao and also went in. As soon as the three of them went in, the slender yellow talisman behind them flashed and turned into ashes. The white fog around the passage gathered again and returned to its original state. The three of them entered the passage of white fog. After walking for a while, their eyes suddenly opened up. It was a quiet place with birds chirping. The three of them seemed to be familiar with this place, so they didn't pay any attention to it. Xiao Xinrui nimbly patted the small bag on her waist, and another 3 yellow talismans appeared in her hand. Xiao Xinrui took one for herself and handed the other 2 to Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao. Then, the three of them moved their fingers and pointed at the yellow talismans. The yellow talismans emitted a faint light. The three of them patted the yellow talismans on their waists, and the yellow talismans suddenly disappeared. Then, the three of them looked at each other and moved slightly. Unexpectedly, they rose into the air and flew towards the mountain peak in the distance, like immortals. Haha, why are you back so early? Before the three of them flew to the top of Yellow Flower Ridge, they heard Xiao Yuehong's laughter. Is it because my elixirs are very popular? They've been swept clean by other sects. Unfortunately, before his laughter fell, they heard him cry out in surprise. How did you get injured? Following the voice, a blue brilliance streaked across the sky. It was the boat-shaped celestial artifact that Xiao Yuehong was standing on. At this moment, Xiao Yuehong no longer looked as lazy as before. Instead, he stood firmly on the celestial artifact. As the mountain breeze blew past, his clothes fluttered and his slightly white hair was blown up. Although he looked to be around 60 years old, he still had the demeanor of a young man. Father. Xiao Xinrui heard Xiao Yuehong's voice and couldn't bear it anymore. Before she spoke, her eyes turned red. She flew to Xiao Yuehong's side and held his arm with her hand. Master. The 2 senior brothers next to her had a different reaction from their junior sister. Their faces were red and their eyes were apologetic and uneasy. Why didn't you treat your serious injuries earlier? Xiao Yuehong glared at them and didn't ask why they were injured. Instead, he scolded them. Can't you just take a few Wutsong pills? Father, our Wutsong pills are gone. Xiao Xianrui whispered. Ah? They've all been replaced? Xiao Yuehong was stunned. And then his eyes lit up. Was it because others fought over the Wutsong pills, that's why they injured you? I didn't expect my pills to be so popular. Xiao Yuehong said to himself. I have to work harder and refine more, father. Xiao Xianrui muttered and stopped Xiao Yuehong from sighing with self-satisfaction. She said, quickly take out the Wutsong pills. Second senior brother has already persevered all the way. Oh, okay. Xiao Yuehong patted his waist and took out a yellow talisman. He said, Xiao Hua, quickly take out Master's Wutsong pills. Then, he patted it with his hand and the yellow talisman turned into a ray of light and flew to the west. Oh, father. Xiao Xianrui saw this and hurriedly stopped him. But was it too late? Looking at the yellow talisman flying away, she said, "Father, are there no more Wutsong pills in the storage bag? Why did you call Xiao Hua with a sound transmission talisman?" Xiao Yuehong said in a bad mood, "I'm fine. Why would I put those things in the storage bag?" Xiao Xianrui's face was a little panicked. She looked at her two senior brothers and saw the strange expression on their faces. Xiao Yuehong didn't notice. He only waved his sleeve, and the four of them landed on the hill. He stretched out his hand and said, "Second brother, let master take a look at your injuries." Xiao Yuehong looked at Zhang Qingxiao's injuries, and his face turned cold. Just as he was about to ask, he saw a young man about 17 or 18 years old flying over from the west. The young man's face was slightly round, his nose was high, his eyes were long and narrow, and his eyebrows were thin and thick. They slanted into his temples like swords. His eyes were bright and full of spirit, but there was a hint of confusion in them. The young man's flying speed was even faster than Gong Mingwei's group. When he got closer, he looked at Gong Mingwei's group in surprise. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Senior Martial Brothers and Senior Martial Sister." When Xiao Xianrui saw this person approaching, she quickly winked as if she was greeting or hinting at something. But before the young man could react, Xiao Yuehong frowned and said, "Xiao Hua, where are the Wu Yao pills that master asked you to take?" This. Xiao Hua was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood Xiao Xianrui's hint. He frowned slightly, then said without hesitation, reporting to Sect Master, "Yesterday evening, Senior Sister Xiao came to the pill room with the Sect Master's token in her hand and took away all the Wutsong pills in the pill room." Sigh, not only Xiao Xianrui, but Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao also sighed in their hearts. It's over. After hearing Xiao Hua's words, Xiao Yuehong's face sank. He didn't doubt Xiao Hua's words at all. He turned and scolded, "Xiao Rui, Master asked you to take 60% of the Wu Yao pills to Yi City. You actually dared to take all of them?" Hearing Xiao Yuehong call himself Master instead of Father, Xiao Xianrui knew something was wrong. She quickly put on a smile and said, "Father, you misunderstood your daughter's meaning. Haha. You disobeyed Sect Master's orders and took away the Wu Yao pills from the sect without permission. Do you have any reasonable reason?" Xiao Yuehong sneered. "This. Father, you also know that your Wutsong pill has always been very popular in East City. Every time, there's always a shortage of supply. Every time, your daughter and my two senior brothers have to be urged by others. Isn't your daughter thinking that instead of letting others look on with envy and wait for the next city, why not let them have their fill this time? Do you know of our Shang Huaming's generosity?" "Haha, this is possible." Xiao Yuehong nodded with a smile, but then looked at Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao's injuries and frowned. The Wu Yao pills were exchanged for spirit stones and other pills. "What about your injuries? If Master wants to refine pills, I'm afraid it will take several days." It's okay. Hearing that her father didn't want to pursue the matter, Xiao Xianrui was overjoyed. She glanced at Zhang Qingxiao and said, "Second senior brother's physique has always been strong. This kind of small injury will be healed in a few days." Zhang Qingxiao licked a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth and also smiled. She said with an indescribable meaning, "Little junior sister is right. Io, senior martial brother Su. Little brother remembers." Little brother's room still has the Wutsong pill bestowed by the sect master, but looking at your physique, it seems you don't need it. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something and patted his forehead with a smile. "You?" Zhang Qingxiao heard Xiao Hua's words and almost vomited blood. She stretched out her hand and looked at Xiao Yuehong from the side, but didn't dare to say anything. "If you have the Wu Yao pill, why don't you hurry up and take it? Didn't you see that second senior brother, who usually treats you like a treasure, is injured like this?" Xiao Xianrui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She glared at Xiao Hua and scolded, "Second senior brother really dotes on you." "Yes, senior sister, I'll go right away." Xiao Hua smiled, turned around, and jumped into the air. His figure flew to the west. That's right, little Rue, how many spirit stones did we exchange for the Wu Yao pill? Or did we exchange it for some spiritual grass? Take it out and let father see? Xiao Yuehong was somewhat impatient to know how much people liked the Wu Yao pill he refined. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xinrui was still looking at the direction Xiao Hua flew in. Looking at the sky that had already disappeared, she nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Father, did you see that? This Xiao Hua's flying technique is becoming more and more skillful. Using the same flying talisman, he, a first-layer Qi refining cultivator, can actually fly faster than us 10th-layer Qi refining cultivators." Xiao Yuehong's train of thought was also led astray by his daughter. Looking into the distance, he stroked a few strands of his beard and nodded. That's right. Xiao Hua indeed has some strange innate talent, especially when using flying talismans. Alas, it's a pity. Even if he has some innate talent, what's the use? If his Qi refining realm can't be increased, he can't do anything at all. He can only use flying talismans, but he can't cultivate true flying techniques. Tell me, Xiao Hua didn't eat any less medicinal pills than you did back then. How could you have already reached the 4th layer of aura refining in 3 years? His aptitude is clearly rare, so how could he remain at the 1st layer of aura refining? Chapter 12:28. But, Master, Xiao Hua's magic power is also increasing. It didn't stop because his realm stagnated. Gong Mingwei interrupted. What's the use of that? Xiao Yuehong finally scolded in front of the 3 disciples. Cultivation isn't just about magic power. Realm and comprehension are the most important. As long as your realm increases, your magic power will naturally increase. If your realm doesn't increase, your magic power will have an end sooner or later. No matter how high Xiao Hua's magic power is, it's impossible for him to be a match for you 10th layer Qi refining cultivators. Master, you can try to let Xiao Hua take some medicinal pills. Or give him some Peiyuan pill to see if his magic power can stop increasing, or if he can reach the 2nd layer of Qi refining. Zhang Qingxiao thought for a long time and finally interrupted. You're missing a string in your brain, Xiao Yuehong said unhappily. If Master had enough Qi refining medicinal pills or Peiyuan pill, it would be enough to raise your cultivation by another layer. You would also have a chance to cultivate to the peak of the late stage of Qi refining. Then you could help me cultivate a foundation establishment cultivator and let my Shang Huaming's legacy continue. Why would Master spend it on Xiao Hua for no reason? Wouldn't that be a waste of spirit stones for no reason? Oh, right. How many spirit stones did you exchange for this time? Hearing his words provoke Xiao Yuehong's thoughts about spirit stones again. Zhang Qingxiao's face had already turned pale. If it weren't for Gong Mingwei supporting him, he would have fainted immediately. Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xinrui also looked at each other in dismay. At this time, Xiao Hua had already flown to the western mountain peak and landed. In front of him was a small courtyard. Behind the courtyard was Shang Huaming's herb garden. There were more than 10 mu of various spiritual herbs planted inside. Xiao Hua was in charge of Shang Huaming's herb garden and usually lived in this courtyard. However, he didn't step into the courtyard. Instead, he walked to the door of the courtyard and looked back. He reached out his left hand and touched the side of his ear. A jade bottle appeared out of thin air in his left hand, and beside the bottle, there was a small section of grass. Where did the weeds come from? Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment before tossing the weeds to the ground with a shake of his hand. He didn't even examine it carefully as he removed the cork of the bottle and brought it under his nose to sniff it. He nodded and said, "Haha, fortunately, I still have a bottle of parasol pills hidden here. Otherwise, second senior brother, you would have to suffer for a few more days." As he spoke, he flew up again and headed straight for Xiao Yuehong, who was in jailing. The way Xiao Hua took out the jade bottle was very similar to the way Xiao Xinrui took out the yellow talisman from her storage bag. It's just that he didn't have any storage bag on him. Who knows where he took out the jade bottle from? When Xiao Huafei arrived beside Xiao Yuehong and the other master and disciples, the atmosphere was no longer as relaxed as it was when he left. Xiao Yuehong's face was ashen as he coldly looked at Xiao Xianrui and asked, "Little Rui, do you know it's easy to tell a lie, but you have to tell 100 lies to cover up this lie. Do you think that all these lies won't be discovered one day?" "Father." Hearing this, Xiao Xianrui's face also changed greatly. With a plop sound, she knelt down on the ground and reached out to take out a group of colorful brilliance from her bosom. A lifelike peacock spread its wings in the colorful brilliance and was about to fly. Between the wings of the peacock, all kinds of colors were spread out, which was really beautiful and attractive to the eyes. It was the peacock illusion that Xiao Xianrui had exchanged all her parasol pills for in this transaction. The beauty of the peacock illusion made Xiao Yuehong's eyes absent-minded for a moment. After a moment, he woke up and pointed with his finger, coldly saying, "I, Shang Huaming, exchanged all my parasol pills for this little thing?" "Yes, Father, I know I was wrong." Xiao Xianrui lowered her head and cried, "Humph! This thing, no matter how beautiful it is, it's just an ornament. Those parasol pills, how many spirit stones, magic tools, and talismans could they be exchanged for? Even some talismans could be exchanged. You actually exchanged them for this?" The more Xiao Yuehong spoke, the angrier he became. He stretched out his hand, and the peacock illusion flew into his palm. Xiao Yuehong glanced at his daughter's panicked expression and clenched his hand, about to crush it. Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao were shocked. Ignoring their injuries, they also knelt in front of Xiao Yuehong and shouted, "Master, have mercy." "Master?" "Junior sister. She has never had anything that she likes since she was a child. After going to East City so many times, it's rare for her to see something that she likes. Can you be merciful, and please don't destroy it?" Zhang Qingxiao stuttered. "Yes, master. Junior sister has never had anything fun since she was young. It's the first time she's met something she likes so much. It's also the first time she's asked a disciple to help her buy it. You have never bought anything for her. Why don't you take it as a gift from master to junior sister for her 26th birthday?" Gong Mingwei's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly persuaded. "You." Hearing his two disciples' words, Xiao Yuehong's heart ached. Shang Huaming was a small sect and had always been poor. Xiao Xianrui had never had a mother's love since she was young. As a man, he was careless and had never exchanged anything fun for his daughter. This was the first time his daughter had asked for it. How could he destroy his daughter's hope? Looking at Xiao Xianrui's gaze that made his heart ache, how could Xiao Yuehong do it? "Sect master, the Wuqing pills are here." Xiao Hua flew close and handed over the jade bottle. Looking at that beautiful peacock illusion, he smacked his lips and said, "This is over a dozen bottles of parasol pills. In a moment, you've lost both the pills and the goods. You're here to anger me too?" Xiao Yuehong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He flew up and kicked Xiao Hua's butt, but his strength was too light. If it weren't for the fact that there were no flies in Yellow Flower Ridge, even if there were flies lying on Xiao Hua's butt, he wouldn't have kicked a fly's hair. Seeing Xiao Yuehong like this, the three people kneeling on the ground all breathed a sigh of relief. "Forget it, get up." Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and sighed. "It's also father's fault for being careless. I never thought that a girl like you would have such a hobby. Just take this thing as your birthday gift." "Thank you, father." Xiao Xianrui replied with a smile. Handing over the peacock fantasy in his hand, Xiao Yuehong smiled and said, "Little Rui, in the future, if there's anything, you can tell father. Don't say any meaningless lies. Oh, right, after half a year, don't ask father what he wants." "Daughter doesn't dare." Xiao Xianrui said shyly. Daughter wanted to find time to tell father, but unexpectedly, well, this time you all used the Wu Yao pill to exchange for the peacock fantasy. Master won't punish you. Without waiting for Xiao Yuehong to finish, Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao both bowed and said, Thank you, Master, for your magnanimity. Don't. Master hasn't finished yet. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. Master won't punish you for exchanging things, but you all lied in front of Master. That's against the sect rules, so Master punishes you to go to the solitary Staff Peak's tranquil heart cave to reflect on your mistakes for 100 days. Sect Master. Xiao Hua wanted to plead, but looking at Xiao Yuehong's face, he could only swallow the rest of his words. Okay, second brother, you can take the Wu Yao pill. Xiao Yuehong threw the jade bottle that Xiao Hua handed over to Zhang Qingxiao and said to Gong Mingwei, eldest brother, tell me, how did your injuries come about? Could it be that you were too competitive with others? Disciple doesn't dare. Gong Mingwei glanced at Xiao Xinrui, then turned his head and said respectfully to Xiao Yuehong, disciple will remember Master's teachings. Cultivation is to pursue the heavenly Tao and break through the self. Magic competition is only a small Tao, not worthy of the Grand Hall. Well said, but what about your injuries? Xiao Yuehong sneered. Father, don't blame eldest senior brother, and don't blame second senior brother. They're all disciples of the 10,000 Poisons sect, Xiao Xianrui argued. They said that our Shang Huaming is a 1,000-year foundation establishment, a 10,000-year qi refinement, forever can only be the Dawn Rain continent, a low-level cultivation sect. That's it? Xiao Yuehong's reaction was not as calm as Xiao Xinrui thought. That's it. Father, the 10,000 Poison sect is only a small sect. How can they compare to my Shang Huaming? That's why. Eldest senior brother and second senior brother were anxious and tried to reason with them, and unconsciously fought. Do you think the 10,000 Poison sect is wrong? Xiao Yuehong said neither quickly nor slowly. Since the 10,000 Poison sect is a small sect, then how did you lose? How did you get seriously injured? What about the disciples of the 10,000 Poison sect? Father, the 10,000 Poison sect has several 7th-level qi refinement disciples and one 11th-level qi refinement disciple. How can the three of us be a match for them? Xiao Xianrui argued. A small sect like the 10,000 Poison sect has several 9th-level qi refinement disciples and one 11th-level qi refinement disciple. They're much more powerful than my famous Shang Huaming and the other 10th-level qi refinement disciples. Tell me, in the end, who's the small sect and who's the famous one? Xiao Yuehong asked calmly. But my Shang Huaming's secret cultivation method can be cultivated to the golden core stage. Among my seniors, there were many golden core cultivators. And the cultivation method of the 10,000 Poison sect can only be cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment. Their seniors didn't even have a single golden core cultivator. How can their 10,000 Poison sect compare to my Shang Huaming? Gong Mingwei argued with all his might. Alas, my disciples, you're not wrong. My Dawn Rain continent is extremely lacking in cultivation methods. The majority of sects only have one cultivation method, and these cultivation methods are divided into various grades and grades. The low-grade ones can only be cultivated to the foundation establishment and golden core stages. The mid-grade ones can be cultivated to the nascent soul and deity transformation stages. Only the high-grade ones can be cultivated to the tribulation transcendent stage and the great ascension stage. There are even more sects that have cultivation methods that can only be cultivated to the high levels of qi refinement. My Shang Huaming, on the other hand, received the legacy of my ancestor and passed down a low-grade cultivation method that can allow my disciples to cultivate to the golden core stage. In this aspect, the 10,000 Poisons sect really can't compare to my Shang Huaming. Chapter 12:29.
But
I do have the cultivation method, but the disciples have become a problem. I, Shang Huaming, am a small sect. Without absolute strength, I can't compete with the big sections. I can't compete with the big sects for disciples. Compared to other small sects, Shang Huaming not only has stricter standards for selecting disciples, but we also lack spiritual herbs and medicinal pills. Compared to the 10,000 Poison sect, which is rich and has many disciples. Zhang Huaming really can't compare. Then, he glanced at Gong Mingwei and the other two, then at Xiao Hua, and said kindly, although Yellow Flower Ridge is a spiritual vein, it's still far from being comparable to a real heavenly abode. I've been working hard to plant spiritual herbs and refine medicinal pills these years, but before I found Xiao Hua, I didn't have any achievements. After Xiao Hua came, I focused on taking care of the herb garden. Only then did I have the time to study medicinal pills. I have some gains, but to take out some Peiyuan pill to help you improve your magic power and realm like the 10,000 poison sect, I still can't do it. Disciples are unworthy. Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao were ashamed. Xiao Yuehong also let them take care of the herb garden, but they only wanted to practice the cultivation method and didn't care about other things. Of course, they made a mess, and in the end, Xiao Yuehong had to do it himself. There's nothing wrong with concentrating on cultivating the cultivation method. Everyone has their own fate. Even if we let Xiao Hua cultivate the cultivation method, he won't be able to cultivate it. It's better to let him take care of the medicine garden. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. Yes, sect master is right. Xiao Hua knew Xiao Yuehong's painstaking efforts. He also practiced Zhang Huaming's cultivation method and knew the problems he encountered in practicing it. He nodded in agreement. However, Xiao Hua asked again, by the way, sect master, what kind of spiritual herbs are needed to refine the Peiyuan pill? Do we have them in our garden? Oh, the main ingredient of the Peiyuan pill is the absorption fruit. Although it's rare, I have it in my herb garden. That's strange. That absorption fruit, disciple has seen it before. Although it's not much, it's not little. Why doesn't sect master refine the Peiyuan pill? Xiao Hua asked. He, you only know one thing but not the other, Xiao Hua. Xiao Yuehong stroked his beard and said with a smile, alchemy is an extremely important subject. It's as important as cultivating a mental cultivation method. If you don't have profound attainments, you definitely won't be able to successfully refine medicinal pills. I have some attainments in the field of alchemy. That's why the Wu-Tsang pill I concoct is so effective that it's only available in E-City. On the other hand, to concoct the Peiyuan pill, not only does one require profound alchemy skills, one also needs an even older assimilation fruit. Xiao Hua came to a realization and asked again then, I'm afraid that the absorption fruits in our garden have been around for 10 years. Isn't that enough? How can 10 years be enough? I'm afraid that even 20 or 30 years won't be enough. Xiao Yuehong smiled bitterly. That long? Xiao Hua exclaimed. Then who can grow it? Hee, pitiful child. The spirit grasses in our medicine garden are only used to refine ordinary medicinal pills. The spirit grasses used to refine the Peiyuan pill are all specially planted by large sects using special methods or special places. Or they're harvested from deep mountains and marshes where no one has ever stepped foot on them. The absorption fruits used to refine the Peiyuan pill aren't too demanding. However, the exquisite grass used to refine the foundation establishment pill requires a medicinal age of over 300 years. Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. 300 years, it seems that the age of the 5 people in front of him added together is longer than that. This exquisite grass really isn't something that ordinary people can grow. Therefore, there's an old saying in the cultivation world of the Dawn Rain continent. Qi refining is easy, foundation establishment is hard. That's how it is. Xiao Yuehong sighed and said, from the late stage of qi refining to the early stage of foundation establishment, the amount of true qi required isn't something that can be provided by ordinary refining of spiritual energy. One can only rely on external objects to greatly increase the amount of true qi in the meridians in the body. Only then can one push one's cultivation to break through the shackles of the realm. There are many kinds of external objects like this. Taking the foundation establishment pill is the most common and most effective kind. Master, the exquisite grass used to refine the foundation establishment pill requires a medicinal age of 300 years. It's really hard to find. Is it possible that there are other things? After taking the parasol pill, Zhang Qingxiao was full of energy. Hearing her master talk about foundation establishment, her heart itched even more, and she couldn't help but ask. Sigh. The exquisite grass is a spiritual grass of heaven and earth. It absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and grows for hundreds of years. It contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the grass and then adds other spiritual grasses to refine the foundation establishment pill. The medicinal properties of the foundation establishment pill are mild, and the spiritual energy entering the body is also slow. It's precisely walking the path of righteousness. For us cultivators, it's the most orthodox method and there won't be any special side effects. As for other external objects, for example, directly taking rare and aged spiritual grasses, due to the lack of other supplementary herbs, there might be some toxicity. It might also harm the meridians. Just like ordinary people, if they eat cooked food, of course it's delicious. If they eat it raw, it might not taste good, and they might even have diarrhea. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuehong's explanation was very profound and simple, making Zhang Qingxiao almost laugh out loud. Sect master, you said to eat vegetables, then. Is there anyone who eats meat? Xiao Hua on the side also asked with a smile. This. Xiao Yuehong muttered, looked at Xiao Hua, and said, according to the sect's ancient records a long time ago there was. There's really people who eat meat?
How do they eat it?
The four people's eyes lit up and looked at Xiao Yuehong in surprise. It's said that in this world, people aren't the only ones who can cultivate. There are many creatures, such as wild beasts, trees, and so on. They all have their own cultivation methods. Since spiritual grasses can be refined into pills, those wild beasts can naturally also. Xiao Hua listened and his mouth opened wide, as if he thought of something. What's wrong? Xiao Yuehong said curiously. This is also recorded in the sect's ancient records. Master has never seen it with his own eyes. Oh, nothing. Although there was some surprise and excitement in Xiao Hua's eyes, he still didn't say anything. It's said that when some people build their foundation, they use the inner cores of demonic beasts to cultivate. They can also obtain a large amount of spiritual qi from the inner cores, which can be used to advance their cultivation. However, this spiritual qi is refined by demonic beasts, which is different from what we humans refine. It's very easy for problems to arise. Therefore, over time it gradually disappeared. Speaking up to here, Xiao Yuehong looked around Yellow Flower Ridge in disappointment and said, unfortunately, in my Yellow Flower Ridge, there are only trees and trees. I don't see any rare things. Even if Master wants to get a demonic beast's inner core to advance your cultivation, it's impossible. Xiao Hua listened, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Okay, Master won't say any more. You're only at the 10th layer of qi refining. There's still a long way to go to the 12th layer of qi refining. Once you reach the peak of qi refining, Master will tell you everything in detail. If I tell you now, it'll become a burden. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and said, you wait. Pack up and immediately go to the Peaceful Heart Cave on Lone Staff Peak. Xiao Hua, you also go supervise them. Yes, sect masters. Xiao Hua bowed and saluted. Xiao Yuehong turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He frowned and asked, also, just now you said that there were several 9th layer qi refining cultivators and one 11th layer qi refining cultivator in the 10,000 poison sect. You only 3 10th layer qi refining cultivators. How did you escape so easily? When Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao heard this, their faces changed color. Xiao Xianrui lowered her head slightly, a trace of red appearing on her face. Master, we're easy? Can't you see how injured your disciple is? Zhang Qingxiao braced herself and said, less nonsense, hurry up and say it. Otherwise, you'll have to reflect on your mistakes for 200 days. Xiao Yuehong sneered. Master, it's like this. Gong Mingwei saw that Master was really angry again, so he glanced at Xiao Xianrui and said, when we were buying the Peacock Fantasy for Junior Sister, we met the young master of the 100 Herbs sect, Jiang Fan. It was because he was against us that the price of the peacock fantasy was raised so high. Tell me the important things. Xiao Yuehong glared at him and scolded. Yes, master. Actually, when we were fighting against 100 Poison Sect, we were at a disadvantage. But for some reason, Jiang Fan actually led his disciples to help us. That's why we didn't suffer too much. The 100 Herb Sect? Jiang Jiantong? I've only met him a few times, and we don't have a deep friendship. Xiao Yuehong was puzzled, but he didn't notice Xiao Xinrui's blush, nor did he notice the unnatural expressions on Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao's faces. Forget it, I, Shang Huaming, owe the 100 Herbs Sect a favor. When the time is right, I'll pay them back. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao sighed softly, but Xiao Xinrui looked disappointed. The Lone Staff Peak was a relatively remote mountain in the north of Yellow Flower Ridge. There weren't any nearby peaks, and the climate here was different from the other peaks. Not only was the wind very strong, but the temperature was also much lower. If Gong Mingwei and the other two weren't Qi practitioners of the 10th level, they would have easily reached the top of the Lone Staff Peak. Even so, when the three of them entered the tranquil cave of the Lone Staff Peak, they were surprised by the coldness and the cold wind that blew in from time to time. Xiao Xianrui circulated her vital energy through her meridians to force out the bone-chilling cold. She sighed and said, "Is this the place for humans to stay? It's so hard. Junior sister, we have to stay here for 100 days. Zhang Qingxiao screamed, "Senior brothers, the sect leader sent you here. I'm afraid there's a deeper meaning behind it." Xiao Hua followed the three of them into the tranquil cave. He had never heard of this place before and had never been here before. He couldn't help but shrink back and smile. Xiao Hua, it's easy for you to say that. It's not like you're the one who's reflecting on your mistakes in the tranquil cave. Why don't we switch places? Let's see if I can make such sarcastic remarks, Zhang Qingxiao said unhappily. Little junior brother, Xiao Xinrui said with a smile. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it on Qidian. Come. Chapter 1230. Io, senior sister, please don't call me that. Sect master has never accepted me into the sect. It's not appropriate for you to call me that. Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong and immediately denied it. Father hasn't chased you down the mountain for so long. Naturally, he has the intention of accepting you into the sect. You just need to cultivate slowly. If 10 years isn't enough, 20 years and you still can't reach the 3rd level of Qi refining? So, you are destined to be my junior brother. Xiao Xianrui didn't agree. She understood that if it wasn't for the strange custom of Xiuyu continent, Xiao Hua would have already been accepted into the sect. Forget it, senior sister. Don't say anything useless. You just say what you want to say. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. AI, it's nothing. However, it's so cold here. Senior sister and your 2 senior brothers don't freeze. What pills do you have? Can you lend us a few? Don't, senior sister. Sect master hasn't given any orders. I don't dare to casually agree. Xiao Hua shook his head like a rattle. Stingy, Xiao Xinrui stomped her feet and stole a glance at Zhang Qingxiao. Io, my back hurts. Little junior brother, don't you have the slightest bit of benevolence? Seeing your senior brother, who usually dotes on you, suffer like this? Zhang Qingxiao immediately cried out in pain. Hee, second senior brother, don't complain. I won't give you anything. Xiao Hua righteously said. If you don't want to give, then don't give. How about you try the cold yourself? Zhang Qingxiao said angrily. Fine. Aren't I right here? Xiao Hua said with a smile. At worst, I won't go back tonight. I'll just stay outside the cave with you. Haha, a gentleman keeps his word. Junior brother, let's see if you'll stay here tonight. Zhang Qingxiao felt a bit better after dragging Xiao Hua along. While the three were talking, Gong Mingwei had already looked around the tranquil cave. He walked to the entrance and said, "This tranquil cave has many depressions deep into the stone wall. People can sit in them. Junior brother, junior sister, choose one. We will cultivate here for the next 100 days." "Yes, senior brother." The two nodded and then rolled their eyes at Xiao Hua before walking away. "Xiao Hua, eldest senior brother, what are your orders?" Gong Mingwei took out a small silk pouch from his bosom and handed it over, saying, "There are more than 10 exquisite grass seeds in here." "Ah, exquisite grass?" Xiao Huagang had heard about the building foundation pill before. Of course, he was very sensitive and cried out in surprise. "Io, that's right. Eldest senior brother, how could I have forgotten about the seed of the exquisite grass?" When Zhang Qingxiao heard this from afar, she immediately slapped her forehead and shouted, "No wonder when Master mentioned the exquisite grass earlier, I felt that it sounded familiar. Junior brother, go quickly. Take this bag of seeds and plead with father." Xiao Xianrui was also pleasantly surprised. "Oh," Xiaohua took the bag with a smile and asked, "How should I report this to the sect head?" We also inadvertently obtained it." A mysterious destitute cultivator took this bag and exchanged it with quite a few people, but they all refused to exchange it with him. Junior apprentice sister pitied him, so she exchanged it with 3 parasol pills. Gong Mingwei spoke the truth. When Xiao Hua heard this, he frowned, but still said, "Senior brother, wait a moment." After a while, Xiao Hua returned. "How is it, master?" Zhang Qingxiao couldn't wait to ask. The sect head said that this thing is trash. The exquisite grass isn't grown with seeds. It's not even worth a single parasol pill. Xiao Hua couldn't help but laugh. "Ah," Xiao Xinrui cried, "we were still cheated. That person said that this was a good thing, but no one recognized it." Looking at the silk pouch that Xiao Hua handed over, Gong Mingwei said expressionlessly, "Take it." Then he turned around and found a place to sit cross-legged. He used Shang Huaming's secret heart technique and began to cultivate in peace. Seeing their eldest senior brother like this, Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xianrui also calmed down. They each found a place to sit and regulated their breathing. Xiao Hua looked at the silk pouch in his hand, and the corner of his mouth revealed a bitter smile. Gong Mingwei and the other two. This was not the first time they had been fooled. Not only was he already used to it, even Xiao Yuehong, upon hearing about the seed of the exquisite grass, did not even open the silk pouch and directly dismissed Xiao Hua with a single sentence. But if he didn't use the seed to grow the exquisite grass, then wouldn't it take 300 years? Who would do that? In any case, Xiao Hua knew that he definitely wouldn't do it. Seeing that Gong Mingwei and the other two were cultivating, Xiao Hua didn't want to disturb them. He tossed the silk pouch in his hand, caught it, and tossed it out again. Then he turned around and walked out of the tranquil cave. Outside the tranquil cave, the cold wind blew. Xiao Hua shrunk his neck and secretly regretted it. Why is the wind on Lone Staff Peak so strong? It's not as good as Shihua Peak's weather. Why did I casually promise senior sister to accompany them here? I didn't say anything wrong. Looking around, Xiao Hua slowly walked towards the peak. The tranquil cave wasn't far from the peak. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua arrived at the peak of Lone Staff Peak. The wind on the peak was even stronger. However, standing at such a high place gave him a relaxed and happy feeling. The Lone Staff Peak was completely bare. Xiao Hua casually found a huge mountain rock and sat down. Beside the mountain rock, there were a few stalks of wild grass stubbornly standing upright, swaying left and right in the wind. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and grabbed a stalk of wild grass, holding it in his mouth. While biting the grass with his teeth, he looked around. This was also his first time coming to the Lone Staff Peak, so the surrounding scenery was still very unfamiliar. Lone Staff Peak was the tallest peak in Yellow Flower Ridge. There weren't many trees on the peak. Most of them were strange rocks. At the bottom of the peak was a wide mountain stream. The gurgling water flowed into a huge cold pond at the side. There's also a pond here? Look at this flowing water. Isn't it connected to the pond at Xihua Peak? Xiao Hua saw the pond and was delighted. He threw the stalk of grass in his hand and was about to fly down. However, the grass flew with the wind and landed on his face. Just as Xiao Hua was about to impatiently push it away, his mind suddenly lit up. Just now, when I took out the Wu Yao pill, why was there grass in my hand? Xiao Hua recalled the scene when he took out the Wu Yao pill. I don't seem to have put any grass in my head. Thinking this, Xiao Hua sat down again and closed his eyes. When he closed his eyes, in his mind appeared a space of several tens of zhang. This was Xiao Hua's biggest secret, a secret that he had never told anyone. Where this space came from and how it was formed, Xiao Hua didn't know at all. In any case, after he was saved by Xiao Yuehong, he discovered that there was an empty space in his mind. He could put things in this space and also take things out of it. It wasn't much different from the storage pouch that Xiao Xianrui used. Of course, what if there was a difference? He was the only one who could perceive this space. No one else knew about it. Also, this space had a ground, and the ground also had soil. It was different from the soft space of the storage pouch. At this moment, Xiao Hua closed his eyes and looked into the space in his mind. Other than some messy little things, there were a few sparse weeds growing on the ground. Beside the weeds, there were a few withered weeds and a few tools used for weeding. Oh, I understand. I'm afraid, when I was weeding in the medicinal field this morning, when I put the tools into the space, I also put in some weeds. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Ever since he knew that he could put things in his mind, he casually threw some tools, jade bottles, and other things that he needed to carry with him. In any case, the space of several tens of zhang was enough for him to store everything. That's not right. The weeds. I accidentally put them in my quilt this morning. How could they have grown so tall? Just as Xiao Hua wanted to shift his attention away from the weeds, he saw that the weeds were thriving and had a question. Could it be that they were brought in a few days ago? Immediately, Xiao Hua thought again. Since weeds can grow in this space, then what about spiritual herbs? Xiao Hua naturally turned his thoughts to the silk bag in his hand. Xiao Hua thought and raised his left hand to his ear. The silk bag in his hand disappeared. Immediately after, the silk bag appeared on the ground in his mind. Anyway, this is the seed of the exquisite grass. I'll plant it first. Sect Master only said that it was useless. I failed and no one will know. That's not right. Spiritual herbs are different from weeds. They need to be specially planted. I can't go in myself. How can I plant it? Xiao Hua looked at the silk bag and was worried. He could take things out of the space, but he couldn't plant spiritual herbs in it. That's right. How could I forget? Doesn't Sect Master have a puppet that can plant spiritual herbs? Although he didn't use it for a long time, I can still use it to try. Since I'm going to plant it, why don't I plant some of the spiritual herbs in Cherishing Flower Peak's medicine garden here and see what effect it has? Xiao Hua grabbed a flying talisman from the space beside his ear. He slapped it on his body and flew toward Mindless Worship Peak. Mindless Worship Peak was the main peak of Yellow Flower Ridge. It was also where Shang Huaming's sect was located. Puppets that could plant spiritual herbs were extremely rare in the Dawn Rain continent. Xiao Yuehong had spent a lot of effort to exchange for it from someone else by chance. Therefore, after Shang Huaming had Xiao Hua as a servant to plant spiritual herbs, Xiao Yuehong treasured the puppet very much. When he heard that Xiao Hua wanted to use a puppet, he didn't find it strange. He looked Xiao Hua up and down and said, "Is there anything in the medicine garden that you can't handle? Why did you think of a puppet?" Reporting to Sect Master. Long ago on the road, Xiao Hua had already come up with an excuse. Senior brother and senior sister are reflecting in the tranquil cave. When I accompanied them just now, I already told them that I'll accompany them every day. With more people, wouldn't it be more lively? Moreover, I can also take the opportunity to have senior brother give me pointers on my cultivation. Lively with more people. Xiao Yuehong didn't know whether to laugh or cry or... Chapter 1231. Master told them to calm down, so that they could cultivate. How could there be any liveliness or loneliness? However, they are usually busy cultivating and never go to the medicinal garden, so it's not good for them to guide your cultivation. This is a very good opportunity. Apart from cultivating, they can also give you some pointers. Xiao Hua, you should also work hard, okay? Hurry up and cultivate to the 3rd layer of qi refining. You're only half a disciple. When can you truly become my disciple? Hee, aren't I working hard right now? Xiao Hua laughed. All right, go. In these 100 days, let the puppet do more work. You should cultivate more. Xiao Yuehong patted his storage pouch and took out a yellow talisman and a fist-sized spirit stone. Take this yellow talisman to the secret room. You've used the puppet before, so you know how to control it. Take this spirit stone and place it on the puppet's back. It shouldn't be a problem for you to use it for 100 days. Sect Master, the puppet also uses spirit stones? Xiao Hua reached out and took it. He asked curiously, Child, if you don't use the spirit stones, how can the puppet move? How can it grow spirit herbs? Xiao Yuehong laughed and scolded. Xiao Hua smiled and didn't say anything. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yuehong, he came to the back mountain of Mingli Peak. He arrived in front of a smooth and shiny stone wall and stuck the yellow talisman on it. A faint cyan light flashed, and a cave about the height of a person appeared on the stone wall. Xiao Hua walked in without hesitation. At the end of the cave was Shang Huaming's secret room. Inside was Shang Huaming's collection of the past generations. Xiao Hua looked around and saw a puppet about the same height as a person in the corner of the secret room. The puppet was lying diagonally on the ground, its back leaning against the stone wall and its head slightly drooping. Xiao Hua walked over and turned the puppet over. Sure enough, there was a fist-sized hole on the puppet's back. Xiao Hua took out the spirit stone and placed it in the hole. A faint white light emitted from the spirit stone, and the puppet's body, made of an unknown material, flashed slightly. The hole in the puppet's back disappeared, and the puppet stood up from the ground like a person. The puppet's limbs were the same as a person's, but the carving on its head was relatively rough. The facial features on its face weren't too similar, especially its 2 eyes. Although they showed a bit of spirit after the spirit stone was placed, most of them were abnormally empty. Xiao Hua looked at it carefully, then reached out and stroked the puppet's arm. With a thought, the puppet disappeared and was absorbed into his mind. This puppet really doesn't have any life. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to store it in this space. When Xiao Hua discovered the mysterious space in his mind, he also tried to absorb some small living animals into it. The result was, without exception, failure. Not even an ant could be absorbed into it. Coming out of the secret room, Xiao Hua took off the yellow talisman, and the passage immediately disappeared, returning to its original smooth stone wall. The yellow talisman also flashed, ignited, and automatically turned into ashes. Xiao Hua didn't need to report to Xiao Yuehong. His figure flew up and directly flew towards the Lone Staff Peak. In fact, according to Xiao Hua's plan, he should go to the Cherishing Flower Peak now and transplant the various spirit grasses in the medicine garden into his space. But thinking about how the space needed to be tidied up by the puppet, he could only wait until the soil was tidied up before he could plant them. While flying towards the Lone Staff Peak, Xiao Hua controlled the puppet. The puppet was driven by Xiao Hua, and with the spirit stone providing spiritual energy, it automatically cleared out a large area of about 10 zhong in radius in Xiao Hua's space. It was divided into several pieces and slowly tidied up, preparing to plant different spirit grasses. Time flew by. Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed. In the space of Xiao Hua's mind, under the puppet's reclamation and cultivation, the 10 zhong radius of land had been leveled and planted with the various spirit grasses in the medicine garden of the Cherishing Flower Peak. The seed of the exquisite grass was planted alone in one place. Of course, the absorption fruit used to refine the Peiyuan pill had also been transplanted by Xiao Hua. He actually treated this space as his own private medicine garden. However, on the surface, things seemed to be progressing smoothly, without any flaws. But Xiao Hua could vaguely feel that something was not right. But as for what exactly was wrong, he could not pinpoint it out. He only knew that there must be something that was wrong. During these 10 days, Xiao Hua spent most of his time on the Cherishing Flower Peak. He didn't have much time on the Lone Staff Peak. Because Gong Mingwei and the other two were in the Tranquil Heart Cave, cultivating with their eyes closed to resist the bone-piercing cold wind, they didn't have much time to give pointers to Xiao Hua's cultivation. Even Zhang Qingxiao, who couldn't stay idle the most, lost interest after telling Xiao Hua a few times. After all, the cultivation method of the first layer of the qi refining realm was very shallow. Xiao Hua had long since become familiar with it, and Zhang Qingxiao had already given him pointers. However, Xiao Hua's inability to advance seemed to have nothing to do with his familiarity with the cultivation method. On this day, after Xiao Hua finished his work in the medicine garden, he checked the half-dead spirit grasses in the space of his mind, as well as the exquisite grass that didn't show any signs of germination. His figure flashed and flew to the top of the Lone Staff Peak. The situation in the Tranquil Heart Cave was the same as before. Xiao Hua said a few words to Xiao Xianrui and the others, asked a few more questions, then turned around to go back. However, when his eyes fell on the cold pond at the foot of the mountain, he couldn't help but stare blankly. At this time, above the cold pond, water vapor was rising and smoke was curling up. It felt very strange. Xiao Hua's figure landed on the edge of the cold pond, and a warm feeling greeted him. Xiao Hua was even more surprised. Could it be that this is different from the cold pond of Cherishing Flower Peak? In the mountain stream of Cherishing Flower Peak, there was also a pond about the same size as this cold pond. The water inside was bone-chilling cold. Xiao Hua had once tried to put his hand into the water, and the coldness was like a knife that pierced his bones. Therefore, he very naturally thought that the water in this pond was also cold. However, when he placed his hand into the pond, the warmth of his hand made him pleasantly surprised. This pond water was indeed warm, completely different from the cold pond. Xiao Hua straightened his body, and without any hesitation, he took off his clothes. With a plop sound, he jumped into the pond water and began to swim very carefreely. In the entire Yellow Flower Peak, there were only 5 of them, Shang Huaming and the others. There was no 6th person. Now that 3 of them were locked up in the Tranquil Heart Cave, who could still come and peek at him. After playing in the warm pond for a while, Xiao Hua lay on his back on the surface of the water. Above his head was the sky between the mountain peaks. The few dark clouds in the sky were blown away from time to time, but the wind in the sky was still not small. Thinking about the coldness of Lone Staff Peak and the hot spring in this pond, Xiao Hua couldn't help but sigh at the miraculous nature of creation. This pond is so warm, but it's very far from Cherishing Flower Peak. Little White is unlucky and can only endure the cold in this cold pond. Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of Little White in the cold pond. Just as he was thinking, Xiao Hua suddenly felt his hair stand on end, as if he was being closely watched by some monster. He straightened up, but before he could stand firmly in the water, a white line shot out from the pond like lightning. Ah! Xiao Hua was shocked at first, but when that white line flew in front of his eyes, his face revealed a happy expression. He stretched out his arm and said with a smile, "Haha, Little White, why did you also run over here?" A small white snake that was as thick as a chopstick and over 2 feet long flew in front of Xiao Hua. It coiled its soft body around Xiao Hua's outstretched arm and raised its oval-shaped snake head. Its slender, scarlet tongue rapidly extended and contracted. Its 2 eyes seemed to understand Xiao Hua's words as it stared straight at Xiao Hua. This Little White turned out to be a little white snake. Speaking of this little white snake, it was also extremely fated with Xiao Hua. It was the first creature Xiao Hua saw after he woke up, and it was even a bit earlier than Xiao Yuehong who saved him. That day, Xiao Yuehong brought Xiao Hua back to Yellow Flower Ridge. Because Xiao Hua didn't have any injuries, and Xiao Yuehong was also helpless, he could only put Xiao Hua in a room. After Xiao Hua woke up a few days later, he didn't see anyone, so he followed the mountain path down Missing Worship Peak. Coincidentally, 2 days before Xiao Hua woke up, thunder rumbled in Yellow Flower Ridge and rain fell unceasingly. The gullies on Missing Worship Peak were filled with rainwater mixed with mud as they flowed down the mountain. Xiao Hua was careless and fell into the mountain stream, following the flow of the water into Cherishing Flower Peak's cold pond. Just as Xiao Hua was struggling to stand up from the cold pond, he saw the little white snake. At that time, the little white snake was already on the verge of death, almost without any vitality. It was like a little white rope that was rippling along the pond. Xiao Hua only thought that the little white snake was dead and didn't care. But when the little white snake touched Xiao Hua's arm along with the waves, he was caught off guard and bit Xiao Hua's arm. Xiao Hua was naturally shocked. He reached out his hand and immediately grabbed the little white snake 7 inches, wanting to pinch it to death. But just as Xiao Hua's hand was about to exert force, Xiao Hua unexpectedly discovered that he could understand the little white snake's eyes. It was a kind of pitiful, helpless, pleading expression. Following the corner of the little white snake's eyes, he could actually see teardrops falling. In an instant, Xiao Hua's heart softened. He looked at the place where the little white snake had bitten him. There were no signs of being poisoned. He only felt that his blood was being sucked into the little white snake's body, and his own body didn't have any abnormal reaction. Therefore, Xiao Hua stretched out his arm and allowed the little white snake to bite him, speaking of which, it was also strange. After the little white snake sucked Xiao Hua's blood, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, it seemed to be full of vigor and vitality. It let go of Xiao Hua's mouth and nodded very gratefully at him. Then, it drilled into the depths of the cold pond and disappeared. And there was only a small wound on Xiao Hua's arm. There wasn't any sign of being poisoned. At this time, Xiao Yuehong chased down from the mountain and pulled Xiao Hua out of the cold pond. Then he brought him back to Minushi Peak. Later, Xiao Hua stayed at Yellow Flower Ridge and took care of the medicine garden at Cherishing Flower Peak. In his free time, he would also go to the cold pond at the foot of the mountain. Every time he came, the little white snake would also appear on time. It was like an old friend, accompanying Xiao Hua on the grass beside the cold pond. After a long time, one person and one snake became extremely familiar with each other. Xiao Hua then called the little white snake Little White. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.